I don't understand what this is for here.
I'll start talking when playing. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour live stream. We are coming to you from the Playground Poker Club outside of Montreal, Canada, and I am joined by the one and only Mike Sexton. Mike, thank you for being here today.
Tony, it's great to be here with you back here. You guys get to loosen your tie. You sit back on a couch. You got it made back here.
It's a very relaxed vibe we have going back here for our $1,100 event here at the Playground Poker Club, the Kanawaki Reservation outside of Montreal. We are playing 75,000, 150,000 blinds, and we are down to our final six there. You see Johnny Mazzaferro. He is a 31-year-old from Montreal who's been a restaurant owner for the last 6 years. He's been playing poker for 10 of those years and played a few WPT events as well, but right now his largest cash and tournament earnings is $45,000, so he has a great opportunity to surpass that today in seat 2. We have Jason Comtois from Quebec as well. He is a 27-year-old who's been playing poker for 2 years, but he works for Rainbow Tobacco and is also a carpenter. His largest tournament cash is $3,000, so he will easily surpass that here today. And he is at his first major live final table, so a very exciting day for Jason and everyone that he has brought here in the crowd to follow him. Now sitting over on Jason's right, we see Mario Lim, a.k.a. Limper from South America. He is 43 years old. And, oh, I'm sorry, we have, sorry about that, we have our seat change there. That was John Paul DeBago we saw there. He's 27 years old from the Philippines. He's been playing poker for 10 years, and on his right is Mario Lim from South America, who's 43 years old. He's a corporate exec for a telecommunications company, has been doing so for 20 years, and has been playing poker for 5 years as well. His largest live cash was for $16,000, but online he has a score of $120,000, so he has the opportunity to surpass that today and have his largest career cash. And there on his right is Alex Wong of Ottawa. He is a 28-year-old who's been playing poker for 4 years and was previously an engineer, but has essentially gone pro. It was Alex who knocked me out of this event, took all my chips, but he was a gentleman about it, so good luck to him today. And then finally we have a shot of Daniel Gagné there. He's a 33-year-old from Quebec. He's been playing poker for 10 years, entered a couple of WPT events. His largest tournament cash is $8,000, so again, he will easily surpass that today. So Mike, today we have a collection of guys of sort of ranging experience levels. It seems like, you know, Alex is probably the most prepared for this final table, plays pretty seriously. I had a chance to see him in action a fair bit. Did you get any opportunities to play with these guys, as you went pretty deep in this event as well, right?
I did play with a couple of these guys that made it to this final table briefly along the way here, and as you said, we both did get in the money.
That's right.
And you had a better chance to win this thing than me. You were actually chip leader at the end in day 2 at some point.
Yeah,
I
at some
believe.
point in day 2, I got up to around maybe 600,000 when the blinds were like 4-8 or 5-10 or something. But unfortunately, I lost a couple flips. Didn't really win many hands after that. Finished out somewhere around 35th or 40th. You were maybe in the 50s or 60s.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the guy that broke me went out 8th in this tournament. So we had a shot. But what a great event here. 1,079 players entered this event, and really, just for a $1,000 buy-in, it's opportunity to win close to 200,000. It's pretty big stuff up here.
Yeah, the playground has shown over the last few years that we've traveled here that they consistently draw numbers, generate big prize pools, big player fields. Everyone likes playing at this stop. It is a beautiful card room, about 15 minutes outside of Montreal, and they really take care of their players, do everything right here. All the little things are very well thought out. So
Well,
you
they
don't.
really do. This literally is a poker palace.
Yeah.
To a poker player, this is the premier place that you can go just about. The tournament setting, the tournament area, it's its own separate room, TV screens everywhere. Then they have a cash room. Then they have high stakes cash rooms. They have a wonderful restaurant. It is really set up for poker players.
Beautiful wait staff, very friendly, sharp floormen. The dealers are really quality. Everything here gets an A. So our cards are going to be in the air. And as we were saying before, we were playing 75,000, 150,000 with a 25K ante. And I believe there's only a little bit of time left in this level, so it won't be long. Now, our chip leader is a little over 8 million, I believe, going into this final table.
Yeah, Daniel Gagné in seat 6.
And there we see a shot of Johnny Mazzaferro on the cutoff, the 10-7 suited. And we'll get some sense of their playing style. A little bit of a tight fold on the cutoff there. Some people consider that an automatic raise. Some people consider that a clear fold. Looks like Johnny leaning conservative for the time being. I think there was a walk on the first hand, which is, a rarity to begin with, but especially on the first hand, you don't see too much of that. So I guess everyone kind of feeling each other out to begin this final table.
Well, Mario Lim taking down that pot. He's known as Limper to everybody. What impresses me about this guy, he's got the strongest hands of anybody I've ever shaken hands with.
Really?
The guy's a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo, so pretty impressive stuff. He's also the oldest player at the table at 43 years old, but he said, don't tell anybody that. So.
It was a younger field around here, wasn't it? You saw a pretty good mix of older and younger players, but for the most part, I felt like the field was in its 20s and 30s.
Yeah. And a reasonable number of women played this event as well. So.
That's true.
Nice mixture. But all Canadians at the final table here. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of the tour before.
Daniel
All Canadian final.
picked up a pair of kings first to act. As we mentioned before, he is our chip leader, a little over 8 million. He's made it 325,000. Now with Jason on the cutoff, he makes the call.
Jason, a carpenter, but he's going to have to do some work to build himself out of this pot.
Yeah, right now in a very dominated position with king-queen facing kings. So at this point, he doesn't know it, but he better hope he doesn't connect with this flop.
Sometimes you're better off to miss the flop, even though you don't know it. Oh, my gosh.
And it's king 8-6. So pocket kings have flop top set.
This is going to spell big trouble for Jason here, in my mind.
And it looks like Daniel's just going to fire out here. Mike, do you ever check on a board this uncoordinated when you drill it so hard with your pocket kings?
Well, it's always suspicious to players when you check if you raise pre-flop and then don't bet on a flop like this.
Right. If anything, it almost looks stronger to check there and communicates that you have some showdown value because all your worst hands would just bet hoping for a fold.
Now the question is, what's Daniel going to do here? Is he going to raise him back or just call here?
Well, my hope
Let
is
his
that
opponent
he
take the lead. I
calls.
would think just call too.
Yeah.
I'm certainly with you there.
That looks to be his intention as well. So he'll make the call of the raise to 825,000. Jason.
I mean, why not just walk the dog, as we say here?
Jason is, how often do you see this? He's drawing dead on the flop. He's just stone dead.
Yeah, you don't see it often, especially for the guy doing the raising and the betting.
Turn is an 8 of clubs, pairs the middle card on the board. Full house now for Daniel.
Wow, what a check by Jason here.
He only has a little over pot left, about 3.5 million. And the river's a 6. 2 pair on the board now. Presumably, Daniel's going to bet and Jason's going to call. You'd be surprised to see too much besides that happen, right?
Well, Daniel's betting, that's for sure.
Looks to be
He
a
is
small
hoping
bet.
his opponent picked up some kind of full house here.
It's a bet of 750 into a pot of about 2.6 million.
Well, he does make the call.
Yep.
Daniel with kings full going to take down the pot. And Jason lost about the least he could lose on that hand. Many guys would have gone broke there.
Yeah, I thought the stacks were going to go in on the turn when I saw him raise that flop, but he did check behind and allowed himself enough room to stay in this tournament despite essentially a cooler on one of the first hands he plays.
Daniel Gagné, a businessman. He's a video game shop owner, married with 2 kids. This is his 3rd WPT event. Says his hobbies are poker, fishing, and hunting.
Well, he's in good position to take down this final table now at what is his first major live final table. As we said before, his largest cash going into this was $8,000. Here, our winner is going to walk home with $178,000 for this WPT national event.
You know, a number of these guys just recreational players, love to play poker as a hobby. The others are sort of small stakes players. I think the guy that broke you, Alex Wong, by far the most experienced player at the table here.
And what I noticed from playing with him is that unlike some of the guys who were leaning more conservative, just trying to stay out of trouble, Alex was actively trying to create spots, trying to take his opponents out of their comfort zone. And he described himself in his bio as very tight, very passive, but I know from playing with him that that is not the case and that he's just trying to trick us commentators here.
Well, look at this move. John Paul moving all in with a king deuce offsuit here.
We got 1.2 million, around 8 blinds.
Sometimes your stack size dictates what you have to do, whether you like it or not. He's got king high, just shipped it.
It doesn't look like anybody behind him has enough to call with. So he's going to get away with that one and collect the pot with his king high. Our short stack entering this final table. Gains a little more room to work with, but he is still in the push-fold zone around 10 big blinds. As you can
He's
see
only
there.
27, says he's been a pro for 10 years himself, for playing poker 10 years. This is his first ever WPT event. Here he is at the final table, so that's pretty good stuff.
That's a good sign.
He says with the money he wins here, he's looking to play more WPT events.
That's where we want him to be. Well, as many of you out there know, we have a couple great events coming up on the World Poker Tour. From April 10th to 16th, we will have the $5 million guarantee, which is a 3,500 re-entry event down in South Florida. Before we tell you about the championship, let's talk about this hand, because Jason, under the gun, has a pair of queens. Right behind him, John has got an ace-10 suited.
Wow, what a laydown.
Ooh, kind of a tight fold there.
Yeah, most guys on a short stack with about 10 big blinds would have just moved in there.
Jason also on the kind of stack where players sort of pick and choose whether they're going to raise small or just go all in pre-flop. He's around that 15 to 20 big blind mark. And with their strongest hands, they often lean towards the min raise, as he's done here with a pair of queens. For a while in poker, I remember the younger generation was really any time they found themselves in the 15 big blind range, they were just kind of open shoving. I think there's been a sort of regression towards playing the raise fold game on those shorter stacks, and people thinking that their tournament life is more important than they had previously realized.
I would agree. Well, here's a rather loose call by Mario, I would say, after a raise.
Especially at these stack sizes, there's really not enough chips in their stacks to have the implied odds to make calling a king 3 suited profitable. Mario's going to go to the flop here either way.
The winner of this event gets a beautiful belt, just like they get in the
That's right.
UFC and the boxing matches all. And this guy being a Taekwondo black belt, you know he would like to capture that belt.
Now the ace, deuce, 2 club flop has given him some outs against queens. He now has an overcard with his king, plus the flush outs. Jason with one of the clubs.
I'm surprised Jason checked the flop.
And it looks like
Well,
he's
he's check
check
raised. He said, if you got an ace, good luck to you. He didn't have an ace, but he's got the next best thing.
Another $2 million to call.
As the cards lie, he's got 11 cards he can win the pot with. Any club, any king. Can also backdoor a wheel, or somehow it could come ace-ace where he'd win with the king kicker, but will he play? That's the question.
Getting almost 2-to-1 to make this call, so I'd be surprised if he doesn't go for it. But it's also such a large percentage of his chips. And we don't really know what kind of player Mario is, whether he's conservative in these kind of situations, whether he likes to gamble and see if he can accumulate chips. So I'm not sure what he'll do here.
Well, if he knew his opponent had queens, it would be a snap call for him.
Yes, it would.
But because he's fearful he's got 3 aces.
He says, I hope you didn't flop a full house. I wouldn't be too worried about that because I think my opponent probably wouldn't raise the flop if they'd flopped the full house. Yeah, and they'd have to have deuces or ace deuce, so it's not too likely.
It sounds like he's going to call when he says things like that.
Yep. He's even announced his hand.
There it is. He has made the call. So we're gambling the playground right now. Jason's tournament life on the line. He's out in front right now with the aces and queens.
It's a 6 million chip pot. 40 big blinds out there. One of these guys will be among the leaders. One of them will be crippled and or out.
As you can see, the two participants, Jason and Mario, on their feet. Sweating the turn, 8 of diamonds.
No help to Mario. He needs a king or a club on this river to eliminate Jason.
And it's not the 8 of clubs. Or no, it could be the 8 of clubs.
Yep.
Queen comes off a full house.
Yep.
Queen's full of aces are going to take it down. Jason stays alive.
Jason doubles up there. He's going to have near 6 million in chips. Mario now will also be in that zone where he has to make push-fold decisions pre-flop. And, you know, really, I think his flop decision was pretty straightforward once he did the math. And I think he really got himself in trouble by making that call pre-flop on such short stacks. You find yourself in awkward positions with a hand like King 3 suited post-flop. And there's really only so many flops where you can feel confident continuing with your hand. So I think if I were in his position, I would probably be looking to call more like King 9 or King 10 suited and above. And those other small suited kings, I wouldn't have even minded if he decided to 3-bet fold it pre-flop, you know, and just kind of force his opponent into a push-fold situation himself. But I think flat calling there leads yourself to tricky situations like we just saw.
Yeah, he had a flop he could draw too, and he ended up doubling up his opponent. So we still have 6 players left, fighting it out for that belt and that trophy right there. And it is an impressive belt.
Good-looking belt. It's a serious belt.
I know. You win this tournament, you feel like Muhammad Ali or something, you know?
It's a very sporting vibe around the playground. We've had some good nights here, watching the basketball tournament lately. Plenty of interest in the tournament up here in Montreal. Meanwhile, John has gone all in, first to act with ace-4 offsuit. He's got his 10 big blinds.
There were a lot of TVs on the hockey games, though, during those basketball
right.
tournaments. But
That is the priority around here.
that's for sure.
And he's not going to get any takers. So he's playing Russian roulette right now pre-flop, and he's getting away with it so far.
Well, when you're on the short stack like him, you really just have to ship it or not get involved.
And to give you guys a sense of what these 6 are playing for, 6th place is going to take home $32,638. 5th will walk home with $40,000. 4th is $54,000. 3rd is 73. We cross over to 6 figures in 2nd place. That's $112,000. The first prize is going to be $160,999. Plus that belt, trophy.
But remember, the buy-in for this event was only $1,100.
$1,100. Generated a prize pool over $1 million on the $1 million guarantee.
Well, here Mario's got the ace-jack of clubs.
He's going to make a larger raise here.
Mario bet. 750,000.
He's gone very big. He's gone to 5 times the big blind, 750,000. It's almost like shoving, but not quite doing it. It's a strange raise in a way, and I actually think with this hand in particular, I would prefer a min-raise, because if your opponent flat calls you when you have ace-jack suited, there's plenty of flops you can feel confident getting the money in, be they with an ace or a jack, or you flop a gut shot with an overcard, or flush draw or something like that. But I think if I wanted to raise that big, I would make a decision about whether I was just going to shove pre-flop, as no one's really going to flat call you for 725,000.
Well, I think Mario's just happy to pick up the blinds and antes with that hand.
Agreed.
Especially after losing a big pot just a moment ago. So I think that is part of the reason for the overbet there pre-flop.
The sort of risk aversion that results from playing that previous hand and having lost it.
Yeah.
There we see a shot of our sort of players' lounge next to the final table, the Royal Flush Girls. Angelique and Tuba are hanging out. Over to Johnny on the cutoff. Lines are 100,000, 200,000 now. So these guys are not playing especially deep stack poker. It was pretty deep yesterday, but there was a longer playdown day than anticipated. We were talking about that before the broadcast. They thought they'd be out of here in 6 to 8 hours. It took about 10 or 11. And as a result, the blinds are fairly high going into this final table. And we see Jason on the button raise his ace-queen to 475 and get no takers.
Well, that's the hand I got broke with in this tournament.
How'd you go down in this one?
Well, I lost with ace-queen in back-to-back pots. First time the guy had nines, and the second time he had queens. So wasn't good for me either time, but
Money went in pre-flop, I would think.
it didn't with the 2 nines against the ace-queen. It comes 6 deuce deuce. I had 3-bet him before the flop, and he called. And then I bet on the flop, and then he moved in on me, and I threw my hand away. He showed the 2 nines.
Yep, fair enough.
But the next hand, it all went in pre-flop, and ace-queen against 2 queens.
I won the heat off an $1,100 outlay. That counts.
You see Alex there talking to the table. It was Alex who got many of my chips. When I was among the chip leaders at one stage, I raised an early position, king 10 suited, and he shoved 11 or 12 blinds in late position with ace-5 offsuit. I made the call. His ace-5 held up. Then much later on, when he was one of the big stacks and I was shorter, it folded to me in the small blind. I had about 14 blinds with the king 6 suited and moved in on him, and he called with ace-jack. Best hand held up, and that was it for me. Nothing too dramatic.
Yep.
John on the button here. He's all in with his king 4 offsuit. He's down to 8 blinds. And Mario
goes all in.
he's all in for 15 blinds.
Wow,
with
what a
ace 3
call.
suited.
Mario shows aces.
Clearly aware that John is willing to get it in lighter pre-flop on that short stack. So he gets it in good with the ace 3 suited, but he's still only a small favorite against the king 4.
Well, just over a 3-2 favorite is Mario to win this pot.
I'm behind, so I gotta use it here.
Well, a 4 right on the flop.
But 2 spades as well.
So Mario just not running well here so far. Needs to catch an ace now. A spade. He's actually
Spade will help as well.
got the nut flush draw.
Now he can catch a queen too to counterfeit
Let's see the river.
the 4
So
of
now
John.
Mario has a lot of outs. Ace, a queen, a spade, but the deuce of diamonds comes off.
Not gonna do it. John fades all the outs of Mario, doubles up. He's gonna have over 3 million now. Whereas Mario,
Well, John called for his one time right there. It paid off for him as he outdrew Mario to win that pot. The one time, the famous quote of Mario Esfandiari, Mr. One Drop, who played at my table incidentally and got broken as he been at my table. And I said, Antonio, I said, you didn't use your one time here in this tournament. He said, no. He said, I'm saving it for the one drop.
you should
again."
save it for the 1 drop. Stakes are just 1,000 times higher.
Well, pretty incredible. The last two one drops, Mario Esfandiari, who has his picture up on the wall here at Playground Poker Club.
Made the
Finished
final table
first
of
in the $1
both.
million buy-in and
Yeah.
finished fourth in the second one. I'm the only other player that finished in the money in both of those events, but he got the max money, I got the
Yeah.
minimum money, but still, it was a lot of fun.
How have you found the one-drop events so far? What is the field like? Is it a combination of sort of the best in the world with guys who clearly are just playing for fun? Or
Honestly, there's been two big one-drop tournaments. One was $1 million buy-in,
Right.
one was $100,000 buy-in. The $1 million buy-in tournament, the quality of play was easier than it was in the 100,000 because more pros played in the 100,000 buy-in where they couldn't afford to play in the $1 million buy-in.
that makes a lot of sense. There's, I think, a longer list of professionals who can get $100,000 together
Correct.
that can get $1 million together.
Done, folks?
I also think that there are some businessmen who aren't really that interested by a $100,000 poker game, but you say $1 million, the highest tournament that's ever been done?
Yeah.
All right, that might get me there.
Certainly $1 million
Goes
is
all in.
quite a bit of money to a poker player, but to a very successful businessman, it really is not. So they're involved in that tournament more for the charity aspect of it than anything else, honestly.
And while we were chatting, Mario went all in with 9-6 suited on his remaining 1.3 million. Did not get any takers in the blind, so he gets a little more room to work with, but he is still our short stack.
Well, you just look at Mario right now and you know what he's thinking. You know, couldn't we just fight for this belt and trophy and money
Yeah,
instead of play poker for it?
I feel like Mario could just take the 5 against him.
Yeah. He might be the oldest guy at the table, but I can tell you this guy is so strong. You shake this guy's hands before this day is over, and you'll find how powerful a guy he is.
Jason Folk.
And we know he's not afraid to gamble either. John now, let's go with a suited queen. Over to Mario.
Mario Folk.
Fold it around to the button.
And as we said before, Alex likes to pretend he's a tight passive player, but we see him raising the button here with 9-4 offsuit, so we know that's not true.
1,000.
Now, what do you do with a small pair in the blind?
Daniel calls.
Daniel, for 300,000 more, is going to make the call. I think the stacks are a little too shallow to call pairs as small as deuces out of the small blind, but
We're going to see a raise here out of the big blind.
yep, it's an all-in.
Raises all in.
Johnny has shoved his 22 blinds with ace-king out of the big blind, and he will not have to flip against the deuces of Daniel.
I think a pretty standard all-in bet right there by him with the ace-king. Well done.
So we were talking before about the upcoming WPT events. We said we have the Hard Rock 3,500, $5 million guaranteed from the 10th through the 16th down in Hollywood, Florida, and that's going to be followed by the WPT Championship at the Borgata from the 21st through 26th. That's a $15,400 buy-in, also with a $5 million guarantee. Mark, are you attending and playing both of those events?
Well, I'm attending and probably playing down in Florida, and not sure yet about the championship event because I've got other functions they want us to do during that week, so I'm
Okay.
not sure I'll be able to play it, but I would love to play it. I think it was a very smart move on the World Poker Tour's
agree.
part to drop the buy-in down to 15,000, moving it back east where all the big numbered turnouts now for poker are happening,
That's
and it's just going to be a fantastic venue. In addition to that, there's going to be the New Jersey Online Poker Championships going on during the same time as our championship event, so it's going to be a great time to be back in New Jersey, no doubt about it.
That's right, the New Jersey Championship of Online Poker you mentioned, that's going on April 19th to 27th on Party Poker. And that is going to have a main event with a 600,000 guaranteed, 15 tournaments with 600,000 guaranteed in prize pool, and the main event has a $200,000 guaranteed, $200 buy-in deep stack freeze out, and that's on the 27th at 5 p.m. Eastern, with 50K guaranteed to the winner. So that's going to be a really cool online series, and we are starting to see online poker, return and rejuvenated in the United States, and it's a very exciting time, especially for East Coast poker with the championship being relocated there, everything that's happening in New Jersey, the major sports sponsorships we saw Party Poker make there. So times are changing right now in the United States for poker.
Yeah. And if you're a poker player, I don't think there's any better place to live right now than New Jersey, that's
No.
for sure.
You have your options open to you. Meanwhile, Mario, under the gun here with a pair of queens, has moved in for a little over $2 million.
Jason folds.
Well, he's hoping to get action here. You get a hand like this, you just want to get your money in and try to double up. But it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
As everybody folds and Mario takes down the pot.
gives him a free show.
Mario show queens.
Mario been a corporate executive for 20 years. He's in e-commerce and an IT man, and it's actually his second WPT event. His first one was at Fallsview earlier this year, back in February. He cashed in that
Yeah, he
event.
made a run in that.
Here he is at the final table again. So I'm very impressed with this guy. 2 for 2 in WPT events. 21st in the first event, at the final table in the second one.
The Canadians have been making strong showings and creating fields, and really even in poker tournaments across the world. It's a country I think is overrepresented in poker talent. There's so many of the strongest younger and older players are Canadians, or originate here and eventually move to the States to pursue poker. But
Well, I think it's great the World Poker Tour is back in Canada again because,
Definitely.
as you said, there are so many poker players up here in Canada now, and very good players at that. And they have proven themselves in worldwide events over the past couple of years.
And on top of that, there's plenty of recreational money playing poker up here in Canada as well. We get big fields here at the playground. Niagara did well too. That was a series of a 1K, a 2,500, and a 5K. The turnouts were great for all of those. Plenty of recreational players. I saw some wild plays at my table on day one in that event. And all the events in Canada have been great, so we are thrilled to be back here.
They love their poker up here, no doubt about it.
John all in from the small blind here with a pair of fours. Put Mario to a decision for his stack with a suited queen. Mike, you think this is a little too weak a call
Well,
here for Mario to make, right?
I would think so. I don't know how you can call an all-in bet
Mario folds.
Let's it go.
for all your money with just a queen six. It's one thing to move in with the queen six. It's another to call all your money off with
Yeah.
it.
Played a somewhat interesting hand against Alex deep in the tournament before he knocked me out with the king six suited versus ace jack. It folded to me on the button when I had 7 blinds. I went all in with, I want to say it was king 3 suited, and he called with queen 5 offsuit in the small blind.
Wow.
Yeah, so we know that Alex will make some very light calls pre-flop, mix it up with some pretty subpar hands, but he believes that he's well equipped to outmaneuver these guys post-flop. And like we said before, we saw him raising 9-4 offsuit on the button. And I think that's a reflection of him not believing his opponents will 3-bet him enough or will defend wide enough from the big blind.
I'll tell you, when I played this tournament on day 3, they weren't afraid to 3-bet at all at my table.
No?
Never doing it a lot.
Jason raises to
And that's generally the sign of top-notch young players that do
Agreed.
that all the time.
John here with an interesting decision, but he quickly folds king 10 suited on the button. I think I would actually like shoving king 10 suited there more than I saw, his ace 4 offsuit under the gun shove. I think I would rather shove the king 10 suited there over a raise, but John, now with some chips to relax on, and Mario the short stack, it's possible he wants to just wait for 1 or 2 of his opponents to go out before he starts gambling again.
center folds.
Either way, Jason with his pair of 6s is going to take down that pot.
All right. Jason going quite well so far here.
Now they're down to the final 4 in the basketball tournament. I know you're a sporting man. Do you have a team for the rest of the field that you feel is the choice, the pick going in?
Well, I ended up having 4 teams before the tournament started against the field. And 2 of them are still left, Florida and Wisconsin. So
Good picks.
Michigan State and Louisville got knocked out in the Elite 8. So I'm down to 2 teams out of the 4 here, so I'll be rooting for one of those 2 for sure.
Johnny folds.
And was it?
Preferably Wisconsin.
That's who I'm going for. but
Yeah,
that's for
you're a
sentimental
Wisconsin
reasons.
man.
That's
I'm a
right.
Big Ten man, so come on, Whiskey. Let's do it.
Jason calls.
Was it Kentucky that knocked out both your teams? Did they get Louisville
they
and
did.
Michigan, right?
Yeah, and they got a chance to knock out Wisconsin,
That's
too.
right. Now they get
That's
the
who
chance.
they play next.
Kentucky, who came into the season ranked number 1 and then really fell off as a result of some injuries and just poor performances, entered this tournament as a very hot team and proving why.
Yes, they've looked good lately and beat some strong quality teams to get to this Final Four.
Meanwhile, we see Jason open limp here with the queen jack of
Flop
clubs.
is Jack of Hearts.
Daniel
3
checks
of
from the big blind and
diamonds,
an interesting
eight
jack,
hearts.
8-3, 2 heart flop. So top pair for Jason and open-ended straight for
Jason bets
Daniel.
475.
We could see a few little fireworks here.
It's going to be a check call from Daniel with his open-ended straight
All
draw.
right.
See
Daniel
the turn?
not raising it there with the open-ended straight draw.
3 of clubs.
3 on the turn, no help to either player. Pretty good card for Jason's hand, though.
Daniel checks.
A little surprised to see
Wow.
that check behind with so many draws out.
Let's see
I
the
agree.
river.
I'm surprised Jason checked the turn here as well.
Ace of clubs.
The ace is no help. My guess is Daniel will not bluff here. This is not a great run out
Well,
to take a shot, but he's
the
been
only
proving
way-
wrong.
he could win the pot is to bluff at it. He knows that, so
I'm not a
he's going
huge
to take a
fan of
stab at
this.
it.
All of the more obvious draws have missed. 9-10 is missed. Hearts is missed. Queen 10.
Daniel bets 625,000.
Well, Jason just has to figure out, would the guy call me with ace high on the flop after I bet? Chances are that he probably wouldn't. Therefore, your conclusion is to call here with the jacks.
Yep, I think so. And I'd be surprised if Jason didn't call. It's not a very large bet either. Less than half pot. Jason folds.
Wow, he laid that hand down. So a nice bet it turns out for Daniel on the river there, but a little bit of a surprising fold.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mike, I think Jason just played that hand far too weak. I think his hand is worth a raise pre-flop. I think that it's worth a bet on the turn once he has limps, and I think that getting those odds with so many missed draws out on the river and him chopping against any other jack, he should feel pretty comfortable making that call.
Well, you are right, Tony. Had he bet on the turn, good chance he was going to win that pot instead of getting outplayed on the river.
So we see some risk aversion from Jason. Perhaps trying to climb up
Jason folds.
that payout board and wait for some of the other short stacks to go bust before he takes a risk, calling off portions of his stack, but I didn't think that one was too risky for just 600,000.
That's folded around to Alex on the button. He looks down at ace high and going to raise it to 400,000.
Alex bets 400,000. Daniel folds.
Daniel just posturing there with the 8-3 offsuit, but
Johnny just calling with ace-10 here and 25 bigs. I think he's right around that stack size where he could consider just going for it pre-flop, but I don't mind the call either, too.
Flop is 9 of hearts.
That brings
12
down a
of clubs,
9-7
7
deuce
of
to
clubs.
club flop.
Johnny checks.
here's the continuation bet.
Yep.
Alex bets 350,000.
That's a very smallish bet,
Yeah.
but see if it gets the job done.
Johnny
Nope.
calls.
Just wonder if he'd have bet a larger amount there, would he have won this pot?
Let's see the turn.
I like Johnny's call here, though.
It's quite a call by him. And a 10 comes off.
10 of
So he's
diamonds.
rewarded for
Johnny
it.
checks. Alex checks.
Now he's going to check top pair, top kicker.
Let's see the river.
And Alex doesn't have much motivation to bet here. That
And he
10
also
is,
has no card he can catch to win the pot.
yeah, that 10's a much better card for Johnny's range of holdings than Alex's. And this is a run out that looks to help Johnny much more so than Alex. And I actually think this bet might be a little light here. You know, there's now 3 to a flush out, 4 to a straight out.
I don't know why you would bet there.
Yeah, it's,
What are you
know,
going
it's
to
a
get paid
small
off with?
blocking bet as you see in the size. But I agree with you, Mike. I'm just not quite sure what worse hand is going to call you there.
And he could have been raised out of that pot.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if he checks and calls, he's going to win the pot. But that was sort of strangely played, I think.
Yeah, you saw Alex there with the ace-5 offsuit, and I believe he had the ace of diamonds. But that's one of those situations that if he finds himself on the river with the ace of clubs, he could contemplate bluff raising, knowing that his opponent definitely can't have the nuts, and also that his sizing seems to indicate a hand that's blocking betting and just wants to get the showdown. So yeah, Alex is the kind of player, wouldn't have shocked me if he took that spot.
Yeah, he's capable of making that move. But it definitely was a
John
blocking bet.
folds.
Mm-hmm. John folds over to Mario, so our two short stacks in the center of the table.
Mario folds.
With Alex. He's on about 25 blinds now, and he's going to raise up this king nine.
Alex raises to
He's run into
400,000.
the ace queen of Daniel behind him.
Well, I guess an aggressive player like Alex, I think you have to 3-bet with this hand.
I agree.
If you call, you know he's going to bet whatever comes out there. Then you're just frozen if an ace or queen doesn't come out.
Daniel going to make the raise here.
Daniel
I believe he's made a
raises
smaller 3-bet, maybe around 900,000.
Johnny folds.
Made it very
Jason
small,
folds.
825,000. And Alex quickly folds, gets himself out of trouble.
Alex folds.
So there I think we see a little more of the experience of Alex. He's taking these sort of small pot shots at these guys pre-flop. But when someone steps up and 3-bets him or really starts participating in the hand, we see Alex shut down quickly. He knows that these guys are likely to give up pre-flop or on the flop in the event they don't hit. And if they keep investing, they probably have enough to continue.
I think he feels like playing small balls to his advantage, obviously. So why not do it? Try to avoid the big pots with these guys and just outplay them. Gradually increase your chip stack and take it down.
It's not working right now, but I like his approach, and I think it's the best play for him, especially at his stack size, being kind of in the middle of the pack. He definitely doesn't want to be one of the first guys out, so playing small ball, not taking any big unnecessary risks.
Mario folds.
Here he's got ace-jack. Same raise.
400 again.
Alexander raises to 400,000. Daniel folds.
Johnny with a 9-7 suited on the button.
You like to see flops with these kind of hands. You're in position. But
Johnny folds.
the conservative route
Yeah.
folds it.
Jason with ace-7 in the small. We'll let that go.
Jason folds.
Now John in the big with a suited king. He'll make the call, so we'll go to a flop.
John calls. Heads up.
Well, it was the men raise, so he decided to see a flop with it.
Doesn't find much.
Flop is 12 clubs.
6 deuce deuce.
I'm guessing Alex will bet very small again.
Alex bets 350,000.
Wow, look at this.
Huh.
We're going to have a float bet here.
Wow.
John raises all in.
What?
A check raise all in here by John. Amazing.
Well, he's probably gonna get away with this, but Mike, I don't understand what he's doing. He's got plenty of chips. He's not desperate. He doesn't have any real draw here to speak of, and in the event his opponent has a pair, he'll never fold on this texture.
But if you're sitting in Alexander's situation,
Yeah,
you put him on a small pair here and you can't stand the heat.
that's right. In the event you have ace-jack, you have to let it go, but man, if Alex had something like pocket sevens or above, I think
Yeah.
we were gonna see a almost snap call.
John just put him on 2 big cards. It wasn't a pair. Opted to gamble there and take a shot at it, and it paid off for him. Pretty bold play, though.
Yeah. Yeah, very surprising play there. We saw John willing to risk his stack earlier on with those pre-flop shoves. We weren't quite sure what he was capable of post-flop because he just didn't get himself in many situations yet. And that's the first time we get a sense that he's got that same willingness to gamble after the flop.
Well, you can see he's got some heart. Anybody that moves in for all their stack with a king 4, when the guy raised before the flop and bet on the flop, when it comes 6 deuce deuce, that shows you something.
Alex playing his 4th hand in a row here. He's got a pair of 9s. Now this time he'll take a 6 deuce deuce flop.
Johnny folds. Jason folds.
Alex takes down that pot. Mike, we were talking about the tournament before, and what's strange about the 4 remaining teams is you've got, one real surprise team in UConn. You've got one team that was considered the number 1 team going into the year, but right now Florida only has 2 losses on the entire season, and they are to UConn and Wisconsin, and they've played Kentucky 3 times and beat them 3 times. So plenty of history among these teams, and kind of a strange dynamic.
Well, it really is. Excuse me, you're gonna.
You're all right. Daniel here, under the gun with a 7-3. He always gives himself just kind of a moment to think it over, but mucks his hand.
Folds, Johnny folds, Jason folds.
Over around to Mario in the small blind. He's going to be all in with his ace-3 suited. And I know from my personal experience that Alex will call these shoves very wide.
Mario goes all in.
I don't think he'll call as wide as 8-7 offsuit. So he lets that one go. And
Alexander folds.
Alex thus far not having a great final table. He's lost 2-3 million in chips without really playing many significant hands, just not winning those small pots.
Well, Mario feels the same way.
Yeah.
He hadn't won any pots yet either.
Guys, we want to take you a moment to remind you about the New Jersey Championship of Online Poker going on Party Poker from April 19th through 27th. There's going to be 15 tournaments with $600,000 in guaranteed prize pools. And the New Jersey Championship of Online Poker main event is a $200,000 guaranteed $200 buy-in freeze-out with a guaranteed $50K going to the winner. So somebody on that Sunday is going to go home with a major payout.
Johnny,
Which makes me think that,
40,000.
if possible, I should probably get a laptop going in the middle of
I'm guessing
the
a lot of players will have
I
that.
think a bunch of them will be doing that. There was
I agree, and I think they should, actually,
Yeah.
if you're looking to earn.
Daniel folds.
here, Johnny raised it up and gets a shove from Mario's King 3 suited. And here, the problem with Mario going all in is that he doesn't really have enough chips to force a fold from many of Johnny's holdings. It's only 11 big blinds he shoved here. And while Johnny can raise fold some hands, most of them are going to end up calling for that price.
Johnny, obligated to call here.
Ace of heart, Jack of spade, Mario, King of clubs, 3 of
Johnny
clubs.
does make the call here,
Yeah.
so Mario standing up here.
He's at risk.
Oh, boy. You could see a taekwondo kick coming up somewhere for somebody.
Johnny's glad he's on the opposite side of the table.
Well, ironically, he's flopped a flush draw.
2 of clubs.
The first big hand at this final table, he had exactly the same hand, the King 3 of clubs. Flopped the nut flush draw and got beat.
10 of diamonds.
And if he doesn't get some help on the river, he needs a king, a 3, or a club.
It's
And
a
a
deuce.
deuce.
Not gonna
Well,
do
no
it.
luck at all for Limper. Johnny Lim going to be out in 6th place.
He's going to take home $32,638 for his efforts. The executive, who plays a little bit of poker in his spare time, has been playing for 5 years, and like we said before, he had a big cash online for $120,000, so he doesn't get a chance to surpass that today, but he did surpass his previous largest live score, which was $16,000. He doubled that today.
Well, that was at Fallsview when he cashed there.
Mm-hmm.
Played 2 WPT events, cashed in both of them. One, he made the final table, so that is pretty good stuff.
Yeah. Handling the bust out with plenty of class.
Congratulations to Mario.
Shot at Tuba over in our players' lounge.
$26,108.
So we knew it wouldn't be long before we started losing players with these blinds. And eventually Mario ran out of room there.
Well, the Royal Flush girls very happy here at Playground Poker
Yeah,
Club
they like it here too.
they get to watch the final table from a nice, comfortable couch, as opposed to the Monster Bar where you got to sit on a stool the whole time up there. So they like the comfort.
I don't envy them in those stools all day. That doesn't. I think we're a little more comfy back here.
John raises to 500,000.
I would agree.
Center folds.
John here going up to a $500,000 with his ace deuce suited.
I should have used this one time.
I used it against my
Johnny folds.
No takers.
John loses hand.
Now, Tony, this is the Party Poker WPT Canadian Spring Championship. But it's not really
No, it's
springtime
not
weather
spring.
out here, is it?
That's
we
a-
could have a snowman building
It's a
contest.
total misonomer. We had like a winter storm 2 nights ago.
Yeah, that's true.
You woke up and it was Christmas in April.
It is cold up here.
Yeah.
You know, we love Playground, but not going to be sad to put away the earmuffs and get out the suntan lotion when we go down to Florida next
That's right.
week.
You know, we were here last year for the first week of May for this event, and it was 80 degrees and sunny all week long. And I thought we would get something at least similar or comparable to this time around, but no, that's not how it turned out. It was an extra month of winter up here in Montreal.
Well, Montreal is a beautiful city, even in the cold.
It is. That's another $500,000 from John with ace deuce.
Alexander folds. Daniel folds. Johnny folds.
Yeah, Jason in the big blind. It cost him another $300,000 to call, and he does so.
Jason calls. Ends up.
With these kind of holdings,
Flop is 5
usually going to be the more aggressive player that wins the pot.
We saw Jason fold
checks.
what was second pair by the river earlier. Now he's got bottom pair. Did he just
And he
snap
just
fold
quickly
it?
jettisons it.
I don't understand. Why are we calling with hands like ace 5 if we're going to fold our pairs? That's kind of an odd play to me there, Mike.
Well, I was getting ready to say in case they both miss the flop, whoever takes the most aggressive action usually wins it with
Yeah.
those kind of hands, but he flopped 2 5s and jettisoned it after his opponent bet.
Yeah, you know, I think if Jason wants to play a hand like ace 5, he's got to be willing to continue on boards that don't drill his hand. Otherwise, a safer play is to just get rid of it pre-flop and not invest the extra $300,000.
Well, the way he played that, it means if an ace would have come out, he'd have just check called all the way down with that hand as well.
That's what it sounds like.
So it's tough to win at poker when you're going to just check and call all the way down. And check and fold the best hand.
Yep. It's twice now we've seen Jason do it. Playing a little too conservative for the time being at this final table.
Well, that's the difficulty I think that most, not necessarily amateurs, but not big stakes and big
Right.
tournament players make, is that when you get down to short-handed poker, 5-handed, 4-handed poker, you know, you have to play bottom pairs and middle pairs and sometimes for your whole stack. And, you know, decision-making is so much tougher because you have to widen your range of playing hands and, you know, you're faced with big decisions for many times all your money with middle pair. And it is tough to play short-handed poker, no doubt about it.
And it's not only tough, but a lot of these guys don't get a bunch of short-handed experience. It's not as though they're grinding short-handed cash games. They're playing a bunch of sit-and-goes online. If these guys are live players, they're probably in a 9-handed game, or if they're in tournaments, they're at 9- and 10-handed tables. And it's only when you're reduced to a final table that you get the opportunity to gain some short-handed experience. So tricky for those guys to know exactly how much they should loosen up.
Well, I always say the best way to get short-handed experience is to play one-table satellites. Now you get ring game experience, short-hand experience, and then hopefully heads-up experience as well. So I definitely think that improves your game.
Playground runs plenty of satellites into their events here. So you can win your way in cheaper than the buy-in. Alex here raises up ace-jack. Nobody behind him seems to have much.
Well, ace-jack been the most popular hand of the day so far. Alex takes down that pot.
Continues his small ball trend that we've seen at this final table so far.
All our remaining players are aged from 27 to 33. So pretty much in the same age bracket. All Canadians. There you see the chip counts. Daniel Gagné out in front with 10.2 million.
Something I was curious about following Black Friday and the shutdown of online poker in the U.S. back in 2011 is if we would start to see the fields of players trend a little bit older. Because for a long time, you had guys who were 18 years old, getting really involved in online poker at a young age, spending their college years grinding online poker. And it wasn't too long before they were making appearances at these big live final tables. But now that's not available to them. And if it is, it's at a greatly reduced poker economy. So it doesn't surprise me to see poker shifting a little bit older right now, that we're not getting quite as many 21, 22-year-olds.
You make a great point, Tony. For several years there, it was guys from 21 to 24 winning all the money in poker. And now, once they stopped online poker, as you said, we're seeing the trend of the higher 20s making most of the money now at these WPT final tables. And I definitely think there's a correlation there that the young guys don't have the opportunity to play online in the U.S.
Or build a bankroll that can get them into these events.
But now, fortunately, online poker coming back to the U.S. in New Jersey, Nevada, Delaware.
Recent discussion about California legalizing it, New York as well, so a lot of buzz in the industry.
Well, certainly nobody needs money more than the state of California.
That's absolutely right.
So you would think it was just a natural fit where millions want to play online poker, where you're going to get tax-generated revenue from companies that want to pay it, and seems like a no-brainer to me. But
it's a no-brainer to you and I isn't always a no-brainer to politicians. And there we see Jason with a pair of aces go in over the top of Johnny's ace-6, takes it down pre-flop. And another fairly recent development in the world of online poker was the agreement to share a player pool between Nevada and Delaware, and the agreement was written in such a way that other states would eventually be able to link up if they were so inclined. So hopefully we start to see interstate online poker, states sharing player pools, and the player pool is getting bigger as a result. But that's gradually developing in the U.S.
Yeah, I was at a charity event with the governor of Nevada a year ago.
And
he came up and he asked,
and
he asked me about, what do we need to do and blah, blah. And, he said, we need to create these packs, right? I said, yes, that's exactly what needs to happen. And it's now done, as you said, between Nevada and Delaware. In the future, I think it'll be between all states that have legalized online gaming, as well as countries that legalize it.
Yeah, I think
so. I think the player pools are going to get way larger in the future because of these packs of wherever it's legalized, you can play together.
Daniel checks.
Here, Johnny opened Jack 10, first to act. Dan calls from the big blind with Queen 9, and both players miss on the King 7-3 two-spade flop. So presumably Johnny's aggression here will get him this pot. Daniel does fold, so he'll take that one down. So Mike, you were there really at the inception and the beginnings of online poker, both in the U.S. and on the global level. How does it look and feel different this time around as compared to when it was initially launching up in the early 2000s?
Well, we've seen a number of changes, and obviously I've been a party poker man since its inception, and certainly, unfortunately, we had to lead the country back in 2006 because we were a publicly traded company.
Yep.
When they passed the UIGEA law. And so we left, but those that weren't publicly traded companies, like PokerStars, Full Tilts, and the others, they stayed in. But then 2011, they were forced to leave the U.S. as well. So, and now, because they didn't leave when they were supposed to, may not be able to get back in the U.S., whereas Party Poker is back, and I'm thrilled that they're back. We're in New Jersey, and obviously we're all hoping that online poker continues to expand nationally. And when that happens, hopefully
Party poker is on the front lines.
Party poker,
Yeah.
But Party Poker does a lot, I think, in terms of sponsorship for big-time tournaments like this one here at Playground Poker Club, like the one coming up at our WPT World Championship event at Borgata. As you mentioned, we had the online New Jersey Online Poker Championships taking place in April as well. So good things happening. And if these packs between states and countries continue to develop, you're going to see much larger online sites, big player pools, and it's going to be a lot closer to the old days.
Yeah, that's right. You know, in April, we're talking about a $200,000 guaranteed prize pool on the main event, but a year, 2 years from now, that number could potentially be a lot bigger if we do see those packs develop. Meanwhile, there's a hand developing between Johnny and Jason. Players checked on the queen 5-4 flop. Johnny called with his queen jack in the big blind and flop top pair.
Well, Jason has the key card here, the ace of hearts.
He's going to make the call here with his nut flush draw.
He just calls. Where the cards lie, needs an ace or a heart to win the pot.
Yeah.
And the heart comes off, and this is going to spell big trouble, I think, for Johnny. He has the second best hand possible. Only one hand can beat him, and that's the ace of hearts.
My guess is Johnny will bet and Jason will raise. And I think that if Johnny's got a good read on Jason, he could get away here from the second nuts. Because I think Jason might just all in, as he did previously with the aces. And Johnny just might be able to talk himself into a fold here and say, is he really going to do this with the 10 of hearts?
I'm not sure you should move all in. I think you might get paid off if you make a smaller raise here. That's exactly what he's done. I think this is a great raise by Jason right here. The size of this bet may lure his opponent into the pot.
Pretty hard to justify folding the second best hand for just 650,000 more.
And
it's a call, so Jason
and he does make the call. So I think it was a brilliant bet by Jason there because it got him a call.
Yeah, I agree, Mike. The smaller sizing was definitely what was needed there. I thought Jason might kind of spoil his opportunity by just putting the whole stack in, but the more or less min raise on the river worked out very nicely.
Many players would have moved all in over the top right there, and their opponent would have folded. He chopped out another 650 by making the raise that he made. All smiles right now.
There you see. Things falling the way of Jason Conquois recently. Now second in chips behind Daniel Gagné. Really, 4 guys pretty close there and 1 chip leader. Alex Wong, our short stack, but he's still got 20 blinds.
And we actually think he's the best player at the table.
Yeah.
So even though he's on the short stack, as you said, got about 4 million in chips. So still a force to be reckoned with.
3 folds.
John folds. Alexander folds.
Over to Daniel on the button.
Well, this would strictly be a chip leader button raise. He's not raising on the strength of his hand.
425,000.
He will enter this pot.
425,000.
Johnny lets it go. Jason with a suited king in the big.
Well, but it's the one guy he might not want to play a pot against.
Wow.
Therefore, he folds.
That is a pretty tight fold from Jason, but he's just won a couple of pots and might want a moment to just sort of collect himself.
I just think against any other player at the table where he would have had more chips than them, he might have played that hand.
Yeah.
Just didn't want to go up against a chip leader in this situation. That's the advantage of being a chip leader, is that you get opponents to lay down hands like that when they should be calling you.
Got to tell you, when I look down at King 8 suited in the big blind facing a button raise, I'm excited. I'm like, whoa, we got King 8 suited. Let's go to war. I mean, I'm not going to 3-bet or anything, but I'm definitely calling and believing that I have the best hand. But Jason a little more conservative at this final table. And like we talked about, you know, Jason has not been in this position very much. His largest tournament cash is 3,000, and I think it's smart of him to lean conservative. You know, if he knows his opponents are more experienced than he is, then he's likely to make some mistakes if they get into the more nuanced or deep thinking parts of poker. And I think just avoiding putting himself in those situations is actually the best route for him at this final table.
You know, he's an amateur poker player. Doesn't mean he's not a good poker player, but it means he has a job. He was a carpenter for a while, now works for Rainbow Tobacco. So when you have a job where you're getting a paycheck, you know, you're naturally going to be a little more conservative probably than aggressive poker pros.
Yeah.
John calls, heads up.
Here, Alex opened ace-6, first to act.
King of spades, king of
John
diamonds,
just calls a
jack
pair of
of
sevens
spades.
in the big blind.
John checks.
Alex
Alexander bets 350.
bets small on the flop,
And wins
takes
the
it
hand.
down with the worst hand, so John takes a conservative route with his sevens pre-flop, gets a little bit outplayed post-flop, although I don't blame him for check folding on that texture.
Yep. Not the flop he was looking for. A couple paints and 3 overcards. But still a nice bet by Alex to take it down.
It's the kind of texture you see that people sometimes will check back with an ace-high and say king, jack, 8 with a flush draw. Because it's so coordinated, it looks like many of your opponent's holdings would potentially call one or multiple streets. But Alex there, clearly believes his opponents are going to play pretty fit or fold on the flop, so he's betting a little wider.
We've seen a number of guys lay down the best hand on the flop because they're fearful their opponents hit something
Yep.
when in fact they haven't.
And we see Daniel with a fairly tight folder. He folds an ace-3 suited first to act. And he's got the chip lead, so I'm a little surprised to see him pass that one up. But
Well, here's aggression out of Johnny we haven't seen yet. Raising with an 8-6 offsuit here. Everybody gives him respect for having a hand because he just doesn't come in that many pots without one.
here, Alex with a king-jack in the big blind, he's going to go to a flop. They'll make the call.
Alexander calls, heads up. Flop is 8 of spades.
Yeah,
3
flop
of
comes
hearts,
queen,
2 of
8-3.
hearts.
So Johnny has flopped middle pair, now has the best hand.
Alexander checks.
Knowing Alex, I think he'll just check fold on this flop. It really didn't do much for his hand. He doesn't have
Yeah.
any backdoor draws to speak of, and his hand's in the muck before we can even get the camera to him, so. The light raise by Johnny works out there. And I think he may have recognized that his opponents at this moment at the final table have become pretty risk averse. I think he's aware that some of these guys are folding some bigger hands out of the big blind or shying away from moving in pre-flop for their stacks, and he's doing a nice job of adjusting.
Well, Alex just doesn't feel like he's got chips to make a move right now, which in fact he doesn't.
This time Johnny's got a 10-5, not going to play. Jason's 10-6 is no good.
And John will be raising with ace high on the button. Time the guy caps his cards, he's going to play the pot.
John raises to
Going to
450,000.
450.
Alexander folds. Daniel
Nobody
folds.
behind him has any hand, so ace-3 going to take that down pre-flop. So Mike, what are you doing with the week of time you have between this event and our seminal Hard Rock 5 million?
I'm going back to Las Vegas for a couple days. Then I've got to go over to Los Angeles on Monday. Monday and Tuesday, some ADR work in the studio. Then flying down to Florida next Wednesday. So I'll be back on the West Coast for a few days before heading down to Florida, and be happy to get back to some warm weather out there.
Yeah, I agree.
Got a little bit of a cold now because of the weather factor here, but still it's been a great week here in Montreal and a great week at Playground, but
I always look
Give me
forward
the
to
warm
this
weather.
stop. Yeah. We were at our California swing not long before this. We had events in LA, San Jose, Sacramento. Really good turnouts out there.
Alexander folds.
It's actually encouraging to see that, in a way, poker is growing again in California. Great turnout at the Bay 101, over 700 entrants for $7,500 a piece.
yeah, it was their all-time record number of entrants for that event.
And Johnny folds.
So as much as the fields have been steady and strong on the East Coast, starting to see some resurgence on the West Coast as well, and I think that's partially a reflection of what's happening with online poker in the U.S. and also a reflection of the recovery of the economy in general. You know, things aren't quite as bad economically as they were in 2011, 2012.
But invariably, we have large turnouts at both the Seminole Hard Rock in Florida as well as Borgata.
Yeah.
All the events they have. So the next couple events coming up on the World Poker Tour are going to be very exciting and some big money to be made by somebody.
I can't tell you how happy I am to see guarantees on these events. I think that is a great way to make sure you get strong fields. I can't remember the last time a casino didn't make the guarantee they put on an event. And the Seminole Hard Rock did a really cool promotion this summer. They did a 10 million guarantee 5K reentry event, and they shattered that. They had nearly 12 million in the prize pool for a non-televised event.
Well, that brings up another subject, though,
Yeah.
Tony. When you guarantee $5 million events or $10 million events, you virtually have to insure yourself to get to that level by having
Yeah.
an unlimited rebuys.
That's
now,
right.
Are you in, many players are not in favor of unlimited rebuys because it
Yeah.
doesn't equal the competition out. What's your feelings about that?
I think at this point in poker's history, we should encourage field size and prize pool size. And also, because preliminary events and side events are less of a factor than they used to be, you do want to give people an opportunity to get their money's worth when they travel to an event. I've felt that the re-entry most hurts the poker economy around the like $10,000 buy-in level, because you can really get guys in for a big chunk of money in one event. Whereas when you have re-entry in, say, a 100K event, there's such a limited field of people who are interested in that event, and they've got enough money that raising it is no issue. Or if you have re-entry in a 3,500, well, that's great, because if you spent $500 to $1,000 on travel expenses, you don't want to just take one 3,500 shot and be done. So I like it on the higher and the lower buy-ins. I'm more concerned when I see it on like a 10K event. How about yourself?
Well, I feel for the guy that wins a satellite to get in the tournament. He's only got one bullet, and he is up against it when he knows guys like Daniel Negreanu and many high-stakes players are just going to rebuy until there's no more time to rebuy. So they're going to get 5 or 6 chances in the tournament where he only gets one, and that's where I have issues with it. I think a compromise is to have one rebuy per event,
Yeah.
and that's it. And
Yeah.
I think everybody can live with that. And I think the unlimited rebuys, they just favor deep pockets too much, in my opinion. It's just too hard to bust the Phil Helmuths and the Ivies and the Granos and these guys out of tournaments 4 and 5 times. It's just too hard to do. And therefore, many top players in the multiple rebuy tournaments seemingly always get to the final table. So I do think they have an advantage. And, you know, I'm for the recreational player to get there. I think it's great for poker when it happens. I think it makes their event when they knock out a superstar player in a tournament. Even if they get knocked out, they go home to their friends and say, I busted Phil Helmuth.
Right.
You know, what? Next thing I know, their friends are watching on TV, and there's the guy at the TV that their friend said they busted because he got to rebuy in again a number of times. So
And it just seems incongruent to them.
So I see both sides of the coin. I understand the issue very well. But I just think to standardize it, at least on the World Poker Tour, I would like to see one entry, one rebuy max. Use it anytime you want, day 1, day 2, whatever you want. But on the other hand, I appreciate the moxie that the Seminole Hard Rock Casino has to put on a $10 million guaranteed tournament for a $5,000 buy-in, to guarantee $5 million for a $3,500 buy-in. Let me ask you something. Where can you put up $3,500 and win over $1 million, perhaps? I mean,
I don't
you
know
don't get that
anyone else.
opportunity very often.
No.
And you're going to have it down there. So, you know, people that do have the moxie to guarantee big big guarantees, then I say they do have the carte blanche to put the unlimited rebuys on the event because they have to protect themselves. I understand that. But if you're not guaranteeing any number, I think one rebuy is the max.
Sure. So you feel a single re-entry format's a good compromise of, okay, bolster the prize pools, but also make knocking out a professional something of a unique experience. Don't make it just part of the process of playing the tournament. He's going to go fire 3, 4 bullets, whatever.
I mean, we all know in the early stage of a tournament with multiple rebuys, players are dying to get their money in on a queen-eye flush draw. You know, you want to get it in there with that hand and try to get some chips, or you just go rebuy again.
Yep.
Whereas if you're going to be knocked out of the tournament and you got to hit the rail for good and head home, you're not so anxious to get your money in there in the queen-eye
Yeah,
flush
that's
draw.
true. And I think that
So play varies. It definitely varies. And as one pro told me a long time ago, no tournament starts till the rebuy period is over. And that is true.
Yeah. And I also think that a recreational player views being, say, busted or cracked by a pro gambling on a flush draw a little differently than you and I do. If we get cracked by a professional gambling on a weaker hand there, we think, well, great, he put his money in with fairly weak equity on a fairly weak holding, and I had an opportunity to get a bunch of chips in a spot that was profitable for me. Whereas a recreational player thinks, oh, this pro who has an infinite bankroll just gambled with me because he doesn't care that much and he knows he can rebuy, and then he got lucky. And it's a much more souring experience for them than you or I. We bust out in that spot, we think, okay, great, this guy's here to gamble.
Exactly right. And my fear is that you're going to see amateurs play less and less multiple rebuy events. Now, maybe not when they're guaranteeing that kind of prize money as they are down in Florida, because I think that is just great for all poker players. I don't care if you're amateur or pro. If you can put up $3,500 and win over $1 million in a poker tournament, you just don't get that kind of value very often, where you're getting over 350 times your buying. It just doesn't come up that often.
No. Well, here, John has raised the button with a king-9, and he has flopped a straight, a queen-jack-10. Dan called the big line with 7-6, but not going to be able to
John has
continue.
flopped a straight.
Daniel checks.
Bet another $500,000.
Well, John hoping to get action here, but I don't think it's going to happen here with a 7-6 offsuit.
Daniel folds.
So too bad, because it's a good board to get action from a big blind defending hand, but not this time for John, who will collect that pot. And the players are going to take a little bit of a break for a moment here, so we will be back with more from Playground Poker Club and our Spring Poker Championships after this break.
You want to break too?
Yep.
The game is changing. Experience a new kind of online poker now on partypoker.net.
Tonight's winner will be the champion, who will be the last man standing,
Can I use my one time?
and the first man to buy drinks at the bar.
And he moves in. For the first time in 12 seasons, the WPT's championship will be coming here to the Borgata.
Tickling the foot of the poker god. Bam, Mike.
Hi everyone, I'm Mike Sexton. I want to invite you to the Season 12 WPT World Championship right here at Borgata.
I think every WPT should be held at the Borgata.
a small stakes rounder, the king of the minor leagues. But at the Season 9 Borgata Poker Open, Dwight Pilgrim made a bold prediction that he would prove the doubters wrong. Seizing his moment in the spotlight, Pilgrim put on an all-star performance, combining strong fundamentals.
I think I don't understand every facet of this game.
Rash confidence.
Nigga the clock for this foolishness.
And the heart of a champion.
You can't put 10 million with a deuce in your hand. You ain't playing poker.
That showed he deserved the respect of the poker world.
Well, Dwight leads out and gets the guy to move all in. And Vince, he is a huge favorite to take this title he's dreamed about so long right here, right now.
We 8% away from a title.
And a 5 comes up. He has done it, Vince. Dwight Pilgrim has shocked the world and taken this title.
In the end, Dwight Pilgrim's emotional victory silenced his critics, fulfilled a dream, and etched his entry to the major leagues. On to the WPT Champions Cup.
Welcome to poker's most exclusive room. A seat at this table will cost you at least $100,000.
I'm all in.
Wow.
But it could earn you millions.
So lucky. I'm vicious.
This is WPT Alpha 8.
If we chop this one, I won't complain.
I want that hand.
The set miner strikes again.
All right, rebuy time.
You want me to fold, right? I don't care. Whatever you want to do. Fine, I'll call.
I've actually been playing 5 times a day.
You're playing more basketball than poker.
And the crowd goes wild.
Follow all the high-stakes poker action with top-notch commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. Alpha 8 travels to some of the most amazing places in the world.
I mean, where else can you do this?
I didn't even see it. Yeah, think fast, bro.
is changing. Experience a new kind of online poker now on partypoker.net.
Seven times over 6 years, Phil Ivey entered the WPT arena in search of a title, and 7 times he was denied.
It's over. And the ace queen came back to haunt it.
Oh, man, Phil, very dejected, walks away.
So when the world's greatest poker player came to the final table of the LA Poker Classic in Season 6, the overwhelming chip leader, there was no guarantee that this time he could slip the weight of history. Indeed, Phil Ivey's 6 years of final table misfortune continued early on.
He's imploding before our very eyes.
Until he found himself on the wrong end of a massive pot against WPT champion Nam Lee.
Well, Phil Ivey is all in. Maybe it'll work out for Phil Ivey, but right now, he is up against the blade, as we say.
Here we go with the turn card.
Oh! Wow! A 3 comes off! Can you believe it?
That one turn card stunned even the veterans at the table, turned the tide of history.
Good call.
Oh, boy. And he makes the call. He's done it. Phil Ivey has done it.
And for the first time in 8 attempts, etched Phil Ivey's name on the WPT Champions Cup.
My DNA is what wrote my path. It made me dream, and then made me fearless enough to chase it. My DNA is what brought me here, to the point of realization. I didn't choose this, it chose me. My DNA is my destiny, my calling, and I listened.
Tonight's winner will be the champion.
Who will be the last man standing?
Can I use my one time?
And the first man to buy drinks at the bar.
And he moves in. For the first time in 12 seasons, the WPT's championship will be coming here to the Borgata.
Tickling the foot of the poker god. Damn, Mike.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Sexton. I want to invite you to the Season 12 WPT World Championship right here at Borgata.
I think every WPT should be held at the Borgata.
Fantasy Poker Manager. Draft your teams of poker pros for the biggest international tournaments. Join the official WPT Fantasy League. Challenge your friends. Try and reach the top of the leaderboards and become the best fantasy poker manager. Play now on Facebook. FantasyPokerManager.com.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
At the Season 3 Legends of Poker, all eyes were on legendary Hall of Famer Doyle Brunson, but it was tough pro Lee Watkinson who was taking out the other players one by one.
Chip leader Lee Watkinson's put this man out of this event.
When heads-up play began, Lee held a 3-1 chip lead over Doyle, but when you're playing one of the greatest players in the game, no lead is ever safe.
Doyle is going to raise him. Well, look at this, folks. Doyle has raised it $400,000.
Last thing he wants to do is double up Doyle Brunson on hand number 1. Believe me, folks, that is the last thing he wants to do.
All in. He's going to go all in.
He's doing it.
A call, by the
From that moment on, Doyle Brunson's complete mastery of the game was on full display as he emerged victorious.
Doyle Brunson, the living legend of poker, has captured his title
and cemented his place on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, money comes and goes, but having your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup is an honor that they can never take away from you.
Yeah, that is beautiful.
The game is changing. Experience a new kind of online poker now on partypoker.net.
Well, guys, we are back, coming to you from the Playground Poker Club outside of Montreal. We are five-handed at the Spring Canadian Poker Championship. believe our blinds have been raised to 125,000, 250,000 with a 25K ante. Jason, first act, an ace-3 suited.
Jace, as he's called. Makes it 500,000 to go.
So with the increase in blinds, nobody on this table has more than 40 big blinds at this stage. And there is a shot of Daniel, our chip leader. He's got a king-queen in the small blind. He's going to call this raise. Go to a flop with Jason.
So these are the two chip leaders going at it here.
And it's Jack 10-6 rainbow, a better flop for the king-queen of Daniel than the ace-3 of Jason. Both players check this flop.
Jason plays his most conservative poker against Daniel, that's for sure.
Turn pairs the top card on the board. Daniel gonna fire here.
I think Daniel knows he's got just an ace high. Gonna try to get him off of it. And it works.
Yeah.
Very nice bet right there by Daniel. I think he put him on ace high. Thought a bet might get him off that hand. If not, he was just going to draw to his hand.
And if I had to guess, I think that Daniel was probably going to bet a whole bunch of rivers there. I don't think there were too many rivers outside of maybe a 10 or something that he was going to shut down on. He's gotten Jason to lay down the better hand before, so that trend continues as Daniel Gagné pads his chip lead a little bit.
Johnny Mazzaferro in seat 1 in second place, as you can see. All Canadians left. They play some good poker up here.
They do. Discussing before how many of the top young players in the game are Canadian. Been lucky that some of the guys who've had the most influence on my game, like Mike McDonald and Mike Watson, have had a lot of success, both live and online tournaments. Mike McDonald, of course, having an incredible year, already 3 7-figure scores on the year.
But let's not forget Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Daniel Negreanu, of course. Kind of splitting the gap between old school and new school. Meanwhile, Daniel opening king 7 here on the button. Johnny in the small blind with 8-7. Seems to be thinking about something, but folding.
Wow,
Sounds
he's
like he
gonna
wants to
3-bet it.
raise.
Johnny raised 1.3 million.
On to 1.3 million.
Jason fold.
This is impressive.
And while I don't think 8-7 is always the best hand to make this kind of 3-bet with, I think it's more about the situation, which is Johnny recognizes that Daniel is going to attack the big blind of Jason very wide. Jason's been very conservative so far, and he's also got a pretty good image to make a play like that, plus how often does anybody really pick up a hand on the button? So
Definitely a nice 3-bet there by him.
It'll work out for him.
Yeah. It's always a fine line in poker. When a guy's bluffing, if it gets called, he looks like a fool.
Yep.
If it works, he looks like a genius.
Yeah, we're praising his play for now, but if Daniel had been on the button with a pair of queens, maybe we would have had some other words for the 8-7 re-raise. Alex here, under the gun. He's got an ace-queen. He's starting to get around that stack where he needs to decide between open shoving and making a small raise, but we know from his previous play that he leans towards the smaller raises, playing a small ball approach to this final table. So he makes it a $500,000 on his ace-queen.
Yeah. Alex going to win the pot with an ace-queen. We had a real fun hand here yesterday with an ace-queen. Gavin Smith held the hand, and he raised before the flop, and the guy called him, and the flop comes King Jack 10. And Gavin bets, and the guy calls. Gavin, of course, flopping the nuts. Now a queen comes off on the turn, so it's King, Queen, Jack 10 out there. Now Gavin bets. The guy raised him. Gavin gets it all in. The other guy calls him. They both have an ace to split the pot.
Right.
So Gavin, of course, you know his sense of humor and all, and says, well, he said, I was in pretty good shape on the flop anyway. I said, yeah. I said, Gavin, I said, I saw that exact hand played over 30 years ago by Doyle Brunson. I said, and he played it a lot better than you did. And Gavin said, what do you mean? How'd that happen? I said, well, Doyle had the ace queen to come king jack 10. He bet the flop. The guy called him. This was a cash game, 1 in 200 blind. Doyle raised the 700 before the flop. 2 guys called. Come king jack 10. Doyle bet 1,200. The guy behind him called. The other guy got out. A queen comes on the turn. Doyle bet 3,000 at the pot. The guy raised it to 8,000. Doyle just called. He didn't re-raise with the nuts. The board paired 10s on the river. Doyle bet 15,000. Now the guy goes into a stew, shows the ace jack, and mucks his hand. Now, that is playing the game. I was so impressed. It was over 30 years ago. I was sweating him at Lake Tahoe in Amarillo Slim Super Bowl of Poker, and I watched this hand being played, and the guy said, Doyle, you're a lucky man. And Doyle just quietly mucked his hand and said, yeah, you're right about that. He took down the pot, but he gave himself a chance to win the board, knowing the guy had an ace. They were going to split the pot no matter what came off. You know, the worst he could do. But if the board paired, he thought the guy might lay it down thinking he had a set, and that was exactly what happened.
Right there.
And Gavin said, you know, he said he did play it better than me. And the couple young guys at the table, they were so impressed with that play as well. I said, so guys, it doesn't matter what happens now in this tournament. You go home with a good poker lesson from the great Doyle Brunson.
I remember a hand like that we saw, I want to say it was at the 100K event at the Bellagio between Tom Marchese and John Juanda. They both got to the river with a 6-high straight, but there was also a potential flush possible. So John Juanda bet small for value, and with the same hand, Marchese goes all in as a bluff and gets Juanda to just snap fold the chop pot. And you see that there are some guys who are very switched on and recognize these spots on the river where their opponent is just trying to get to a showdown, and they can take a hand that's got a lot of showdown value and turn it into a bluff, and it's actually the best play available.
Well, that was a play that I witnessed over 30 years ago. I never forgot it. It finally came up again. It may come up once in your life in that situation, but now you know what to do. And
now you know.
Give a tip of the hat to Doyle Brunson for how he played that hand. We all learned from it.
Ahead of his time. Johnny here, first to act. He's got a queen 6. Looks like he's struggling with a headache.
Johnny folds. Jason folds.
Now, does Doyle still play many events on the WPT? I don't see him around too often. But
No, he doesn't play many tournaments now.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the strength or stamina for it, he says, and endurance to play these 4- and 5-day events.
Sure, they're long
But
events.
he'll play 4 and 5 and 6, 7 days in a row of cash game, but for some reason he just doesn't want to play the tournaments that many hours.
Well, and there's something relieving about knowing you can leave whenever you want. There's no consequence for that in a cash game, whereas in the tournament, you need to be there all 12 hours. You need to be sharp all 12 hours.
Yeah, I personally think some of these events are too long. I know players like to stretch them out and get more play for their buck and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, I think you lose too many amateurs and too many businessmen that would like to play the events but can't take that much time off of work and do it. I wish all WPT events would go back to 4 days, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, it is kind of a balancing act between allowing enough play and decision-making and just creating a schedule that works for the recreational player. I think the professionals sometimes forget that Tuesday is not a highly available day for all of us.
Well, we need to cater to amateurs, businessmen, people that have poker as a hobby that would really like to enjoy and play these WPT events. And I think that's what we need to focus on. I think long term, even though you may be getting a shorter structure as a pro player, you're going to get more value in the long run by having these extra players in the event. So
And I also think that
it's a balancing act that you got to figure out which is best.
A more shallow structure creates a larger element of luck in the tournament and helps distribute some of the money more equally across the poker economy. You know, you get a really deep structured tournament, that very much favors the professionals. And it's no surprise that come final table of the WPT Championship each year, it's usually, you know, 4 or 5 of those 6 are guys we are quite familiar with.
Well, I'm going to be anxious to see how the final table shapes up at Borgata this year.
see some
With
new
all the
faces.
satellites that they're running there for the event.
Yeah.
You can qualify on Party Poker as well for that event. And just to see how many entries we have and the buy-in of 15,000. But it's really going to be a fun tournament, I think. And be interesting to see exactly how that final table shapes up.
Alex here, going to a $500,000 with ace-6 suited on the button.
And you'll be right in the thick of it,
I'll
Tony.
be right in the thick of it.
You've won your entry by becoming a WPT champion this year.
Got my shot.
So you've got your entry already booked.
Yeah. Played the event in previous years. I don't think I made it out of day 3. Normally I last till about day 2. I don't recall playing especially well in that event. I've made a couple of bad decisions in that one over the years, but I think the first time I played it, I tried to bluff Ivy, and it turns out that's not a great idea.
Well, it's nice that you had a little mark on your belt there if you could have got through with it.
Yeah.
But, you know, Ivy's not the easiest guy to get by.
No.
He seems to read opponents as well as anybody in the business.
John Paul. 800 folds.
Daniel with the button here. Let's go with a 10-3. Now with Johnny in the small blind and an ace-9.
Yeah, certainly going to raise with this hand.
Particularly like the raise against Jason, who's been very risk-averse. More willing to fold out of the big blind than most players. These days I play a strategy in the small blind that's actually pretty low variance. I limp an awful lot of hands from the small blind, particularly if I have someone good in the big blind there, because I just want to keep pots small when I'm out of position. But when I have somebody who I think is less comfortable, then I'm more likely to play the raise fold game with them and anticipate that they won't, you know, exploit any patterns I show out of my raising. But if I think someone's really good, you'll just see me limp that small blind over and over. And if they want to raise, then I'll make sure I have plenty of good hands that I limp as well, so they can just be raising with weaker hands than I'm tending to limp.
Well, some top-notch players think you're wise to raise a larger amount out of the small blind than you would in another position, because you are in a position to the guy. And if you make it affordable for him to call, now you're going to play the hand out of position all the way. You're better off to make a larger raise, take the pot down, just move on to the next pot where you've got the button.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. When I raise the small blind, it's going to be bigger than usual. Alex here, a pair of 5s under the gun, making his min raise.
These are the tough hands you got to play here. But Jason opts not to play the ace-7. In short-handed games, there's just certain hands that you have to play that you wouldn't play in a ring game. The king-10s, the king-jacks, the ace middle cards. These are hands that if you don't play in 4- and 5-handed poker games, you're going to have a hard time winning.
And the stack's getting fairly shallow here as we get a shot of the Playground Poker Club Championship belt there. Trophy right next to it. The winner's going to take home both of those pieces of jewelry.
That really is an impressive belt that they give out to the champion here.
Continues the sporting motif here at Playground Poker Club. Kanawaki Reservation outside of Montreal.
There's not many places you go where players are appreciated more than they are here at Playground.
Although I also give Borgata very high praise for the way they take care of and communicate with their players. Great job.
I don't think there's a finer tournament facility place in the world than Borgata. It's quiet. All the tables are spaced out. Whoa.
Like something just happened here. I believe that Jason called and then Alex went all in on a squeeze. And I gotta say, I really like this play. Jason is the kind of player where if he is flat calling a hand pre-flop as opposed to re-raising it, I think it's fairly transparent that he's not that confident in his hand. He's gonna 3-bet when he really likes his hand. And Alex picked up on that, and he moved in with an ace-3 out of the big blind.
Yep, had the worst hand, but understood the situation, moved all in, and took it down.
So we were praising the awareness of Alex before, and we see it pay off there with the squeeze play executed nicely. And although Alex has been playing small ball at this final table, we see that he's also willing to risk his stack if he thinks the spot is appropriate.
That was a very nice play.
John Cole. Jason Cole.
Over to John Paul DeBago on the button here. He's got an ace-7. Making the min raise a little more, 550. Daniel, the Jack-9 suited.
I think Daniel's going to take a look at the flop here.
Daniel call. Heads up. Let's see the flop.
The flop is 7-4 deuce, rainbow with a club. So John makes top pair, top kicker.
Daniel check.
Daniel is checked, and great flop for John there. Top pair, top kicker.
He's fired 600,000.
Daniel call.
Daniel, a couple of overcards, some backdoor draws. He's going to make the call.
A little bit of a float bet here.
Yeah, that's right. It's the kind of spot where I think that Daniel, if he misses on the turn, and it goes check, check, he intends to bluff the river, but instead John turns top 2 pair. It's a card that doesn't help Daniel at all.
As we can see, Daniel drawing completely dead here. Let's see how John's going to play this. Top 2 pair now.
$800,000.
John bet 800,000.
That's about one.
And the party's over.
Yeah. Not very much Daniel can do on that card. I kind of liked his plan there. I think his intention to bluff the river, if the turn goes check, check, is going to work out pretty frequently. Probably not when John Paul has ace-7 there, but in many cases, I think it would work out nicely for him. But instead, he just lets go on the turn, and as we see,
Yeah, had the ace not come off, he might have taken a stab at that pot. But as it turns out, he was fearful the ace hit his opponent, which it did. Just got away from the hand.
chip stacks are evening out here. Range between 17 and 31 big blinds. Johnny Mazzaferro is our chip leader now, following that pot.
Jason had worked his way up into second chip position. Now he's in 5th place with 5 players left.
Alex with 10-9 suited on the button, making the min-raise, and Daniel with a pair of 8s in the small. I would guess a re-raise is coming. He could just call, but I think with how active Alex is, he'll know to re-raise here.
Middle pair is about the toughest hands to play, and no limit hold'em.
Yeah, especially
if
out
you
of position.
3-bet here, if the guy 4-bet you, what do you do now?
I think on Alex's stack, considering he only started the hand with 20 blinds, you can't 3-bet fold 8s. It's just too good, too strong from the small blind, and Alex seems pretty willing to put the money in pre-flop, so instead he's just going to have to fold his 10-9 suited, and I'm sure he really wanted to see a flop, but that's a good play by Daniel.
Yeah, good play by Alex, too. We've seen him do it several times at this table. He makes the min raises, but he's not afraid to get away from the hand when his opponent re-raises. Even though he'd like to see a flop, just gets off for the minimum, gives it up.
Alex done a great job of avoiding unnecessary confrontation at this final table. Even his ace-3, many players would just call there and put themselves in an awkward position post-flop, but he just moved it in and was aware that Jason probably didn't have a hand he could call with. So he just had to fade the opener having a strong hand, and the opener actually folded a better ace.
Another one of these hands. You feel like you have to raise with an ace, but you're not really happy about it. And Daniel, who's played very well at this final table so far.
He has.
Gives it up. Johnny with the highway patrol hand gives it up.
So we see Alex continues his trend of just min-raising pre-flop, playing small pots.
You got ace baby cards, you're just happy to win it right there.
Yeah. They aren't hands that flop particularly well. In the event you find an ace, you're either going to win a small pot or lose a big one in many cases. So you're never unhappy when the blinds and antes just come your way following raising one of those hands. Action with Alex here. Jack 6, less playable than his previous holdings, but Daniel right behind him with ace king. He'll come in for a raise.
And a lot more than that if it gets re-raised.
Daniel raised to 525,000. Johnny fold, Jason fold.
Well, Johnny and Jason.
And John
One no part of Daniel.
Yeah. Not many big pre-flop confrontations yet. We haven't seen any substantial coolers. You know, one guy has the pair, one guy has the overcards, two people have pairs. Nothing like that so far. Most of the time someone's picked up something of quality. It's about a bunch of 9-2 offsuit behind them.
Haven't seen any chit-chat at this final table yet either, have we?
Not too much. It's a pretty serious final table here.
Yeah, all business for these guys right now. They know it's an opportunity to really protrude them up much higher in the poker world in terms of their standing and give them a bankroll to play with or play more tournaments with, that's for sure.
That's the intention of some of the guys here who have said that if they win this event, they'll use the money to enter more WPT events. So we might see someone at this final table down with us in Florida.
Well, certainly understandable. When you win, you just want to go on and play some more.
You really do. When you're the guy that wins all the hands, it feels like, well, why don't I just keep playing until I lose one of the hands? It's a weird sensation to return to reality after winning a tournament because you're the guy who couldn't lose a hand. You won all the hands in the final hand and all the big pots.
Yep.
And then you go back and enter another tournament and you don't have the infinite supply of cards. And it's like, what happened?
Yeah. And then you realize what a difference a day makes.
Yeah, it really does.
In the poker world.
So yeah, I have never had a rush of cards like I did down for that Caribbean event. You got to see that final table recently, and I was just drilling the flop every time I entered a pot.
Yeah. And even the one race you lost or something, you had a hand to get in with, you know?
Yeah, I had something.
Where it wasn't a decision to make, but just to get it in there.
Jason here, opening the cutoff with ace-7 offsuit. Alex has a king-9 suited in the small.
Now, these are the hands, I think, that are very tough to play. Well, he just doesn't want to play it out of position.
Somebody like Alex probably making a decision between pushing and folding with that particular hand when he's in the small blind, whereas Daniel, he's got a pretty nice hand to just call with out of the big blind. He's got king-jack. So he'll go to a flop with Jason.
This is not the guy Jason likes to play against.
It's 10-7 deuce, so Jason will make second pair, and Daniel only king-high.
Daniel checks. Jason bet 625,000.
Well, Jason bet 625,000 with the 2 sevens and going to win the pot.
That's a smart fold from Daniel. There's really not many ways he can continue the hand there.
You just wonder if it would have come 10-9 deuce, what he would have done with the ace-7. Would he have made the continuation bet against this guy?
I'm guessing he would check behind. We saw him check behind earlier with ace-high on a somewhat coordinated board. He's also at a stack size where he doesn't have a lot of room that he can fire bets that don't get through. We've seen Jason lean conservative so far at this final table.
There we are. We got the casual look. The tie's undone.
Yeah.
Back here by ourselves on a nice couch, enjoying the action here at the Playground Poker Club. See, you live stream guys, you don't have to go back to the studio
I
to
know.
redo anything later. Very nice.
And we get hole cards. You know, you spend, a lot of guys ask me, they're like, oh, are Mike and Vince looking at the hole cards out there when they're right next to the table? No, they don't have access to the hole cards.
It's against gaming regulations
Yep.
for us to see the hole cards. So truthfully, probably 20% of what we say on the day of the final table makes it to the air. When somebody's all in,
Right.
and all that's out there, or just generic talking. But anytime a player is looking at his two cards and we're commenting, that's done back in post. It's done back in the studio. They splice it all together to make it come out into these famous World Poker Tour shows. It's the magic of television.
It does.
And boy, has television changed poker forever. Before the World Poker Tour came around, you couldn't find a no-limit hold'em game in a casino anywhere in the country on a regular basis.
Not even California?
Not
Just
even
all limit
California.
games?
One casino, Lucky Chances, had a no-limit hold'em game, I believe, going. But other than that, you had to go to the World Series of Poker to find the big no-limit games once a year. They just didn't exist. It was all limit poker back in those days. But the explosion of poker happened after the World Poker Tour started airing on television.
I can remember every Wednesday night making sure I was in front of my couch.
Yep.
Let's see the turn.
During my senior year of high school, that show came on.
Well, it paid off for you watching anyway.
It did. Well, here, Jason opened first act with King 10, check behind on Ace Jack Deuce with 2 diamonds. Actually, not a bad board for his hand. I'm a little surprised that he didn't follow through with a bet, but Johnny's got an Ace 5 here, so once the flop goes check, check, Jason elects to bet the deuce on the turn. Johnny calls
As
there.
the cards lie, Jason's going to have to catch a queen to win the pot.
Yep.
Doesn't happen as the 5 comes off.
Johnny checks.
Johnny checks the aces and 5s.
Jason checks.
Jason checks it back.
And Johnny's going to win the pot with aces up.
Johnny show 2 pairs, ace and 5, and win the hand.
I took an interest in poker just before the World Poker Tour came on TV and before Moneymaker won the World Series. So I had this brief glimpse into the sort of older world of poker, which was very sort of backroom, smoky backroom games, pool hall games, bowling alley games, you know, back of the bar kind of games. Very much what was depicted in Rounders, which I think came out in like 98, 99. And I took an interest around 01, 02. And then the World Poker Tour came on, I want to say late 2002. Does that sound right?
We started filming the events in 2002. They started airing in 2003.
Okay,
actually.
there it is. And that changed everything.
It did indeed. And Steve Lipscomb, who created and founded the World Poker Tour, doesn't get the credit he deserves, in my opinion, for being one of the 2 most powerful people in poker history ever. Jack Benyon, of course, and the Benyons are number 1.
Right.
They created the World Series of Poker and Tournament Poker. But number 2, in my mind, is Steve Lipscomb. Nobody has done more for poker than Steve Lipscomb in terms of bringing new players and changing the game forever.
And it's not a name that even many professionals know. He's kind of a behind-the-scenes guy. Here, Daniel is open for just over the mid-raise. Jason, about $3 million, has gone all in from the big blind with ace-10 suited.
Yeah, I like this all-in bet by Jason. I don't see any way Daniel's going to call this.
No, neither do I.
He's just posturing. But it's going to be the posture and then the fold.
He does let it go.
Jason finally happy to be stacking chips again. He was on a little dry run there.
Did you guys have events in Canada during the first season? Because I know in Niagara they used to have an event that was a $10,000 buy-in. This time around, it was $5K. It was not televised. I believe that it used to be televised, correct?
Pardon?
The event in Niagara that was once a $10,000
It was
event.
televised, yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It was, and then I don't know the problems getting the equipment, the expenses for traveling to Canada or whatnot, what the issues were there, the space available. And then we left there for a couple of years. Now we're back there. It's great to be back there. It's great to be here in Montreal, and I'm hoping one day, because of the popularity of poker in Canada, we can go to Vancouver. We can get on the West Coast as well.
That's my hope, too. I have heard great things about that city right now.
Vancouver, a terrific city, and I think it would be a phenomenal spot to have a poker tournament.
See a pot developing.
Two of diamonds, queen of spades.
Daniel and Johnny. Ace 6 suited for Daniel. Pair of 7s for Johnny on the button. Both players check the queen high flop. I'm sorry. Johnny is bet.
Johnny bet 500,000.
Following a check from Daniel. I think Daniel intends to check fold this flop, which is a play I like there. It's just coordinated enough board where his opponent's not going to fold to a continuation bet that frequently, and there's not a lot of runouts that are so strong for Daniel that he can just keep firing with ace high.
You like that he's got the discipline to not just make an automatic continuation bet.
Yeah, you see that mistake from some players. Anytime they don't connect with the flop, they think they need to fire in an effort to take it down. But there are some situations where checking and folding is the most prudent and optimal play.
But you know, many pros, they raise a pre-flop, they bet on the flop. Doesn't matter what comes out there.
Yep.
They just don't slow down.
Johnny fold. Jason fold.
John folds out of the small blind there with 5 high. Alex takes a walk with Jack 9 suited. And I'll be curious to see in the coming years how much the legalization of online poker allows satellite qualifiers to filter back into our live WPT events, because for a while that was something that was very much part of the process, and following the online poker shutdown, really the WPT was for a period disconnected from online poker. And with Party Poker being launched in New Jersey and having a close relationship with the WPT, we are starting to see more and more of those satellite players come back. In fact, Party Poker is guaranteed over $75,000 in WPT championship seats, with several ways to win. You can buy in the step sit and goes, or play a large multi-table tournament satellite. So you check out partypoker.com in New Jersey, and you can just win your way there for much less than the $15,400 required to buy in.
Well, certainly online satellites are the way to go for people that have jobs, where there's no way they can put up $10,000 or $15,000 or even $3,500 to play in a poker tournament. You're married with kids, but you can play a $100 online satellite or a $50 online satellite and win your way into these championship events. And certainly, I think in the future, if online poker takes a hold across the country like we're hoping it does, you're going to see another explosion in poker, because you are going to have many, many people qualify online for all the WPT events, World Series, and whatever else.
Might see some of those very young players start to trickle back into poker. As we were saying before, right now, a lot of the success on the tour, guys in the sort of late 20s to early 30s bracket, guys who grew up playing online but didn't have to worry about the next generation coming up behind them to chop their legs out.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind, for the average guy who's got a wife, a job, a couple kids, you know, if he goes to his wife and says, honey, I'm going to take $15,000 out and go play the WPT World Championship, she'll take the frying pan and hit him in the head.
Yeah.
I think he's lost his mind. But if he could win a seat for $100 or $200 online, you know, which can be done, it's just a beautiful thing. Gives everybody an opportunity to take a shot at playing. Look at this.
Here for John.
John looks down at 2 bullets. How sweet it is. And it's painful to see everybody folding behind you when you get two aces.
Yeah.
It just hurts a little.
Johnny making a 3-bet here.
Wow.
We don't have his hand displayed for the moment, so it remains a mystery, but we know it's not better than aces. There it is, the pair of queens. That explains the 3-bet. Sounds like John is all in, I believe? Or did he call?
All in and called, he said.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if he called the 3-bet or went all in, but I think he may have called because it doesn't look like Johnny is put to a decision right now. Yep, he has flat called the 3-bet, so slow playing his aces a little bit here pre-flop.
So we've got aces versus queens.
The king 5-3 flop there might cost him a little bit of money as the pair of queens now have an overcard to be concerned about.
I think Johnny's going to make one bet at this pot and then shut down.
Yeah. 1.3 from Johnny.
1.3 million.
I think he'd get the same information for 800,000.
John Paul
Well,
kind of doing that pretending to be frustrated
Yeah.
thing with his hand and chips.
So he's acting disgusted, but then he's going to move all in.
And he
There
has
you go.
announced all in. I gotta tell you, Mike, I think I would probably just call on this flop. In the event your opponent is bluffing, I would want to give him at least one more opportunity to bluff, even though he won't follow through too much. And without a king, it's going to be pretty difficult for him to call this raise. He can't even have the ace-high flush draw, as John has the ace of hearts, so plenty of money worth taking down here, but
Yeah, you see the agony that Johnny's in right now, and I think he got a break. The king came up because he has an
Yeah.
opportunity to get away from this hand.
that's absolutely right.
I mean, if I was him, I'd put my opponent on ace-king the way the betting was done in this hand.
Johnny being put to the decision with his pair of queens.
I just wonder, had Johnny 4-bet before the flop, would have all been in before the flop. As it turns out, Johnny could save his money. I mean, virtually all you can beat is a bluff here.
Yeah. And you've got the queen of hearts, which creates fewer combinations your opponent could have to be shoving as a flush draw bluff. Really, for John to have some kind of reasonable bluff here, he's got to have ace-10 of hearts, ace-jack of hearts.
That's not bluffing.
That's, yeah.
That's
you
not
know,
flush. You're happy to get in with that
you're,
hand.
You're pretty happy. You're bluffing if you know your opponent has queens, but no.
Well, Johnny does get away with the queens, and well done to do that. Well, that's what Johnny's saying now. I should have re-raised before the flop. We might have got it all in pre-flop. So he's chastising himself a little bit right there, but still picked up a decent little pot there.
Yep. Johnny feeling sick about folding his queen. He doesn't know that he actually saved a ton of money.
Well, if a
there.
king doesn't come on the flop, if it comes 10 high, he's going to get all the guy's chips. It's just sort of unlucky for him that a king came on the flop where his opponent could get away from it.
I like the strategy of just calling pre-flop, though. And just an unfortunate texture. John says, maybe I made a mistake not re-raising you pre-flop, but I would disagree. I think he played the hand well.
They had made a lot of mistakes at this table. He started out in 6th place with 1.3 million. And he has gone way up the leaderboard since this final table started.
Alex here, entering this pot with a Jack-8 suited for the min-raise. Over to Jason in the big blind. He's going to come along for the 250 more.
Sometimes you question in California and Florida and Vegas why guys wear hoodies at the table, but you don't question it up here in Montreal.
No.
You understand it.
It's King 9-7. Jason is essentially 3 out at Alex here, but Alex has got a gut shot. He's got a backdoor flush draw. Wow, and Jason has gone all in.
Wow. Jason laid that down.
Yeah.
Second pair.
It's interesting. He check folded on Queen 7-5 with Ace 5, but check shoved 9-8 on King 9-7. So that may be a reflection of what he thinks of Alex and how much he raises pre-flop.
It's just one of those hands. If a guy doesn't have a king, he's going to be out, but pretty risky. There you can see the chip counts. John Paul Tabago, who started this final table in last place, now our chip leader at the final table. But everybody's got nearly 5 million. The top guy's got 8.6 million, so certainly this tournament is still up for grabs.
Yeah. It's an anything can happen situation at this final table right now. And with these high blinds, a lot of it's going to come down to who runs the best. Alex there.
You can just see the way he rakes in chips, that if he starts getting a little rush, it's going to be faster and faster playing and whatnot. Now, you played a lot against him. This is the guy that busted you out of this tournament.
Busted me out. I was all in against him.
But when he gets on a little rush, does he play faster? Does he seem to
plays faster, and he
play
plays a
more
lot
hands?
of pots.
Yeah.
Plays a lot of pots when he's got chips. We saw that earlier. He was playing small pots before, but unfortunately for Alex, he just
started
didn't
getting short. He shut down.
Yeah.
You give him credit. Now I think he's going to start playing more pots, as you said. Guy's a tough player, but I'll tell you, all these guys are showing they play a pretty good game of poker. It just shows you, you may not recognize the faces, you don't know who they are, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of really good poker players out in the world these days.
Johnny here, opening the action with an 8-7. Jason's right behind him with ace-queen.
Just calls.
Just
Does
calls
not 3-bet with this hand.
Less than 20 blinds.
It just entices the blinds to come in the pot as well.
Yeah. Now he's
But you
gonna
could
have to deal
shut
with
them out of the
Alex.
pot. That's exactly what's happened here.
Not a big fan of this flat call by Jason.
Well, in a 5-handed game, I think you have to 3-bet with ace-queen, surely. And that's from a guy that got broke with ace-queen.
Yeah, well, he's got a pretty good flop for his hand. Ace-jack 4. We'll probably get a bet out of Johnny, who will represent the ace here, but it's Jason who actually has it.
Jason's gonna play, just a matter of what he's gonna do. Do you raise it? Do you just call? There's your answer. It's a raise.
1.4 million from Jason.
It's hard to call there in case the guy's got 2 8s. If an 8 would come off, where you're gonna get broke.
Johnny quickly folds, so Jason will take that pot. Yeah.
Jason Comtois, 27 years old. Went to carpentry school at a trade school here. Graduated from there. Former carpenter. Only been playing poker for 2 years, but really likes it. Got a little knack for the game, looks like, too.
So exciting to make a big final table early on in your career.
Well, it certainly plants a seed. that you want to quit your job and go on tour.
Yeah.
Something I wouldn't recommend to everybody by any means.
Especially Canadians who have their money withheld in the United States in the event they cash there.
Yeah, 30% off the top for them for tax.
They are very disincentivized to come play the U.S. events because of that situation. Kind of a tight fold from Jason there with the ace-10. Johnny, who's opened the action with ace-6, gets the best hand to fold, takes down the blinds and antes.
I guess as a poker player, England is the best place to grow up where they don't tax any gaming winnings there.
Pretty good time zone for all the tournaments. Nice and close to the rest of Europe for the multitude of events that goes on over there. And still not too far from the East Coast in the United States and Canada. If you feel like flying over and playing some of those events, and I believe they also have a tax agreement with the United States, so they are not being withheld when they cash over here. Or I guess in the U.S., as over here is currently Canada.
In the U.S., your best bet? Probably Florida and Nevada with no state tax.
Mm-hmm.
John
will raise up his ace-jack.
But for gaming opportunity in the poker world, New Jersey is the place to be right now.
Yes, it is.
Johnny Fold. John wins the hand.
Prize pools have been growing there since the launch in November.
Online poker on the rise there, and certainly some of the greatest WPT events on tour happen in New Jersey at Borgata.
When was the last time the Borgata held a WPT main event that got less than 1,000 players? I mean, it's remarkable how consistently they get huge turnouts at that venue.
It's an amazing property. Players like to go there. It's got everything you want. Great restaurants, great poker room, great tournament area, great staff, great hotel rooms.
Daniel here with Queen Jack of Spades on the button. Coming in for a
Because
little
when you
over the
travel
limit.
there, you tell people you're going to Atlantic City. In truth, you're just going to Borgata.
Right.
I never leave the hotel. when
I
I'm there.
never leave. I've been there 4 times. I think I've left the hotel once.
Yeah.
Went and checked out the Revel. It was nice, but pretty quiet. Well, Daniel takes down the blinds and antes with his raise, but really the action in Atlantic City for a poker player is at the Borgata.
Small line 125, big line 250, and deep 25,000.
A lot of discussion about how much online gaming can resurrect Atlantic City and help the bottom line there, as they have legalized all forms of table games in New Jersey, whereas in Nevada and Delaware it is merely online poker. Alex here under the gun. He's got a Queen Jack.
Well, being a long-time resident of Nevada, it still shocks me that the people in Nevada gaming didn't latch on to online gaming a long time ago.
Surprising, isn't it?
500,000. Daniel Fold.
I mean, 10, 12 years ago, they could have got laws passed and been the leader of the industry by far, and they thought it might hurt their casino business, so were a little hesitant to get involved, and now...
You still see some of that, of course, out of Sheldon Adelson, who's become poker's greatest opponent.
Don't get me started on it.
Yeah, not a popular name to throw around in poker circles right now. Spending a lot of money trying to block online poker, and
Such a hypocrite.
Such
the
a
guy's
hypocrite.
made billions from gaming in his lifetime, and now goes on this campaign to shut down online gaming, primarily because he's not yet involved in it.
yes, that's exactly why, although he is touting moral reasons for his objection to online gaming, which is laughable coming from someone in his vocation.
I understand and appreciate people in Utah and Hawaii have no form of gambling.
Yep.
They don't want it, fine, I understand that, and I admire it. But, you know, if you're really anti-gambling, if it's really a evil on society, then let's shut down the casinos, let's shut down the racetracks, and let's shut down the lotteries.
Yes.
I mean, let's take out all forms of gambling.
And even on the bills that Sheldon Adelson is attempting to sponsor, you see carve-outs for the industries you just mentioned that are all within gaming. So I think the moral argument is pretty flimsy coming from Adelson. So Mike, one recent topic of discussion that's come up about the live tournaments is the potential for instituting a shot clock, giving players maybe 30 or 45 seconds to make their decision. And I know you've been somewhat of a proponent for the shot clock, correct?
I have been. I'm in big favor of it. I think it'd be good for the game. I think amateurs would enjoy the game more. I've never understood why pros, top pros, wouldn't want to do anything to get out more hands per level. It's only in their interest to do so, I think, and just anything to speed up the game. Every sport has a shot clock for a reason, because it's more entertaining to play, it's more entertaining to watch, and it moves along better. And I think poker would be no different. But I understand poker players' reticence on how you're going to implement it. How can dealers run it without, taking favorites and blah, blah, blah. And certainly implementing the shot clock would have to be something that would have to be tested and tried and done where it's pretty smooth, or players would not like it at all. Obviously, I understand that. But, I don't buy the argument that they need all this time to think about these hands and decisions. You get 2 buttons, maybe 3, maybe 4. I'm not adverse to more buttons for players that need time on big decisions for all their stack or something. It certainly, we recommend we put out the survey on the World Poker Tour, a 30-second clock. 2 buttons would give a player a minute each on those buttons. They could use them in the same pot if he wanted, or use them separately per day, and then you start over with a couple more the next day. But, nobody's adverse to going to 3 buttons or 4 buttons or even a 40 or 45-second shot clock. So it's nothing set in stone. I just think for the good of the game, it would be good for the game. And as you know, we took a poll at the LA Poker Classic. 80% of the players were in favor of some form of shot clock because, honestly, one of the biggest complaints we get on the World Poker Tour is that players take too long. They're too slow. And, I've never felt in my entire career that any player should ever have to call a clock on another player. Where you create an enemy, where you get in shot clock wars. I think it's bad when players have to call clocks on guys they play against. It just creates animosity and is not good.
So I agree with everything you just said there. And above all, I just think that many decisions in poker are fairly automatic and people posture. And I would just rather get more hands in and not have our time wasted. So I just like the idea of expediting the whole process of the game and standardizing it. So you don't have, has it been long enough to call the clock on this guy?
No, but I'm certain that even if you implemented a shot clock, now guys will deliberately take 30 seconds and then throw their hand away to put everybody on tilt.
Yep.
So unfortunately, we have some of those characters in the poker world, and that is going to happen. And it is sad and unfortunate, but
hopefully you don't end up on their table.
So we'll see, but it's still just a work in progress. The World Poker Tour just want to take a temperature of the players to see how they really felt about it. Would they be interested in doing it in WPT events? And so it's something that's to be considered, especially with the positive vote that we got from the players.
On that previous hand, we saw Alex re-raise the button open with ace-king suited, took it down pre-flop without a confrontation. Going to open the button here with 10-6 off. So we discussed that he likes to play pretty wide range of hands through the button. He's run into a pair of queens from Johnny in the big blind, so he's going to hear the words raise in a moment. He's going to have his 10-6 in the muck not long after.
Yep. Alex is a min raiser and then a folder.
Alex has run into a lot of hands pre-flop today. But he is never tried to push one of them out with something subpar. He's been quite patient.
And he's still scratching his head about the last 2 queens that he had, where he got him beat. But he got away from them.
Yeah, we know that the flop saved him money. Whether Johnny has somebody at home feeding him hole card information, it's hard to say. A lot of guys from my generation would just mandate. Somebody needs to be at home telling me these hands. I know some other guys really feel like, you know what, I don't even want to find out. That could throw me off my game. I could alter my expectations. I'm just going to go in there and do what I usually do. But
I could see in some key pot, some key decision, you might like to know if the guy did bluff at that spot. Was he willing to risk all his chips on a bluff? Other than that, I'm not sure you need all that info, but certainly they have it now. As you said, and they're utilizing it. And
here, Alex opening a 9-8 suited. It looks like behind him, Daniel is going to 3-bet. These guys don't have a lot of room to be 3-bet folding pre-flop, so Daniel taking a little stab here.
Yeah, both players have those suited connectors we like to see flops with.
Jason, he's got the only real hand here in the big blind, but the way he plays, I think there's a decent chance he just folds.
Yep, that's what's going to happen. Most likely. It's already been 3-bet in front of him.
And he does fold. Jason folds the best hand.
Well, he's taking the conservative route. Virtually every time he's had a decision faced to him.
Alex folds, and there you see Daniel getting 2 players to fold hands better than his. Just through a small 3-bet in position. I gotta say, if I was in Jason's position, I would probably just rip my stack in over the re-raise, as it's still only about 25 blinds at this stage, but we discussed that Jason is taking the more conservative route when he finds himself in awkward positions.
As you can see, Alex on the short stack, but has 4.8 million. The leader just over 8 million, so certainly everybody's got chips. They're all really starting to get in a nice groove here, looks like to me, too.
Yeah,
but
playing. They only have so much time. The stacks are fairly shallow in relation to the blinds, and once they go up again, guys will really be kind of in push-fold decisions pre-flop.
Big hand for Daniel here. 2 kings.
Alex opens first to act, runs into another 3-bet from Daniel, who doesn't get any action on his kings, but picks up the raise and the blinds pre-flop, so he adds about another million to his stack.
Another good fold by Alex. But Alex has got to start to wonder. You know, every time he raises, they're now 3-betting him all the time. We see they've had a hand to do it.
Yeah. I think if anybody on this table has someone at home feeding him hands, it's Alex. It's possible they all do. It's possible none of them do, but I would be surprised if Alex didn't have somebody feeding him hands.
Well, even if they're feeding it, if they're watching our live feed, it's a 30-minute delay.
Yep.
So it takes them a long time to get the information. A lot happens in a tournament, a short-handed poker game, in 30 minutes' time.
Well, Alex takes a walk there. One of the few ways he's been able to take it down pre-flop. His opponents have woken up with so many hands behind him. Alex showing discipline, not getting frustrated and just ripping it in pre-flop with a subpar holding.
What he's thinking is, why didn't they get those kings the last hand when the guy 3-bet me?
Well, our blinds are up. They're playing 150,000, 300,000 with a 25K ante, so I think everybody is beneath 30 big blinds now. Johnny here with a pair of deuces first to act.
575,000 around right now, so that's pretty healthy.
Johnny raised to 500,000. Jason Cole, John Cole, Alexander Cole.
Daniel going to make the call here with his Jack-7 suited. So we'll go to a flop. And he finds 2 jacks.
What a flop for Daniel there, but it's also the kind of flop that Johnny is going to bet on. Anytime you have a small pair, when a pair comes out on the board, you think it's a pretty good flop for your hand normally. So Daniel calls, so Johnny will be shutting down here. Now there's no hand that Johnny can beat.
Yeah.
If he had any kind of straight draw, at worst he's made 2 10s. Let's see. Anyway, Johnny's betting any more in this hand, unless the deuce comes up.
Certainly not on the queen. Now 3 to a straight out. Sorry, 4 to a straight out, 3 to a flush out.
Check, check.
Trip jacks of Daniel are going to take down that pot.
Well, Daniel was happy to check it down there in the river after that card came up. 4 card straight, 3 card flush.
Imagine he was planning the check call, but I definitely like that he checked there instead of bet.
Yeah.
Not a lot of worse hands that can call him. And in the event he gets raised, he can't actually call the raise with his hand, so
he cannot.
I think he's much better off just checking there and trying to induce a bluff. And as you can see, with the increase in blinds, nobody on this table has more than 30 blinds.
And once again, Daniel Gagné has taken the chip lead. Won the last couple pots.
Jason Fold. John Fold, Alexander Fold.
Over to our chip leader, Daniel Gagné in the small blind.
Well, we see 1 card, an ace, but that's all you need to raise out of the small blind. You can sort of play the second one in the dark.
Johnny in the big blind. Just lost that small pot to Daniel. He's got a real hand this time.
Well, we're in snowman land up here in Montreal right now. Johnny's got the snowman. I think you absolutely have to 3-bet here with him.
All in. For about 18 blinds. I'm guessing Daniel will fold.
Yeah, I think you have to here.
Maybe he'd call around ace-10 and better.
It's this particular player. You just don't expect him to put on a move with no hand at all.
Yeah.
So pretty easy getaway for Daniel there.
We see Johnny Montefiore of Montreal, 31-year-old restaurant owner.
His favorite player, Phil Ivey. That is many players' favorite player, I might add.
Phil been a little more low-key lately. I think he's been off in Macau, playing some of the hush-hush nosebleed games that are going on over there.
Yep. You'll see a lot of him if you're at the World Series, though.
Yep. Is he doing any bracelet bets
Oh,
this year?
you know he is. He's always trying to hustle him up.
Daniel here with a pair of jacks.
And even though he only cashed in 1 event out of 60 that entered last year.
Right. You know, previous year was the one where he went crazy in final
He's still
table
very
everything,
dangerous
right?
to bet against.
Yeah. So no takers for Daniel's jacks.
The thing you sweat about Ivy, if you bet him, is you know if he gets to the final table, he's going to be the chip leader. He just doesn't get there in a short stack like some of us.
He really doesn't. It's not what he plays for.
So he gives himself a chance to win in case he gets to a final table, that's for sure.
And with those bets, he's, of course, incentivized to play big pots leading up to the final table and to put himself in a position to win. So it's almost like creating an additional top prize for him in the event.
But I'm guessing I'll be one of those guys that bet him if he wants to bet even money again.
Yeah.
I can't help myself. I don't think anybody walking the planet Earth is even money to win a bracelet.
I don't think so either.
Or a WPT title in the season. I mean, it's just not easy to win them.
You still got to be the guy who runs good at the end. We were talking before about that final table Phil made, I want to say it was maybe season 3 with the LAPC against Nam Lee. And that was the one he won. He's made a number of WPT final tables. That was the one he won, and that was the one where he said he got it
worst.
in, you know, he got it in bad 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, he did. He took some terrible outdraws in his earlier final table appearances to lose those events, but in the one he did win, he came from behind about 4 or 5 times, like you said, to win them.
As they say, that's poker. Meanwhile, John and Johnny mixed up here. A little surprised that Johnny checked back that flop. Not a bad flop for him. He could also turn a heart for a flush draw, and he doesn't have any showdown value with his 10 high. John gonna fire here with his ace high and his gut shot to the 9. And Johnny is open-ended. Looks like he's gonna raise this turn.
I like this play.
Yeah, that's a nice play.
1.1 million.
1.1 million back to John.
Tell you what, Johnny's playing some good poker right now. As is Daniel. And we know Alice can play good poker. And John, who started in last place, took the chip lead once.
Let's go of his ace high, and so the semi-bluff from Johnny works out nicely on the turn.
50,000. This line is 300,000. And 50,000.
I tell you, overall, you got to give this final table play a pretty good grade, don't you?
And they've stuck around despite the very shallow stacks. These guys are not getting all the money in pre-flop very often. You wonder how long that can last, because it'll be 200, 200, 400 next, and at that stage, you know,
Can't
even the
last
chip
much.
leader's got 20 blinds.
Yeah, we're going to see fireworks soon. Whether the players like it or not, you're going to see them at these levels.
Remember, a lot of the WPTs used to get pretty fast at the final table, and Matt Savage has done a good job of slowing that down, but also preventing the final tables from running too long. I can remember some of the stories you and Vince told about 13, 14-hour final table filmings.
Yeah, we'll give a little shout out to the executive tour director of the World Poker Tour, Matt Savage. He's hustled me to come to his golf tournament in May.
You did get hustled.
So I'm going there.
It's a min raise from Johnny, and Alex has got one of those hands that plays nicely to a min raise, but his stack is so shallow, it's tricky. My guess is he's just going to call and see
I
if
think
he
you have
finds
to
a flop
call
to
here
check
with this hand.
to check shove with.
You just have to look at a flop.
Yeah.
There you go.
Pretty good flop for his hand on 10, 9, 5, 2 diamonds.
Alexander check.
Johnny gonna fire here. Some players check back this flop. Johnny definitely seems like he continuation bets.
This
most
is very
of the
much of a
time.
blocker bet.
Yeah. And Alex, no surprise there, is all in with his second pair. He only had about 14, 15 blinds to start the hand. Johnny quickly folds, and Alex will collect that pot.
Well, that was like a post oak bluff there. 500,000 into that size of pot. Alex picked up on it very easily and just took the pot down by moving all in.
50,000.
You're better off to make a big bet or not bet at all. Make one of those teensy bets where it just seems obvious. You're just trying to steal the pot and pick it up. You don't want any action.
It's a little surprised we didn't see a check behind there from the ace high.
And that's part of the problem with the min raised bets before the flop, is that your opponents call you. And then what do you do when it comes that kind of flop?
Folds around the John here. Excuse me, Alex in the small now. He's got a pair of sixes.
He's certainly playing more pots than anybody at the table right now.
Will he just go all in? I think he'll probably raise instead of shove. As we said, he's taking the small ball approach to things.
Alexander raised to 600,000. 650.
650, and Daniel making the call with the king-8. The hand you say you like to play.
Especially when I'm in position and I'm only facing a min raise. And there you have it.
Especially when you flop a king-8-5. No wonder you guys like those king-8s. I got to start playing them more.
And of course, Alex will have to fire here. Sort of part continuation bet, part bluff, part protect his hand. But this time he's just running into a hand.
Well, I think with Daniel, I think you have to raise here. If you call, the guy's not going to fire anymore anyway. And just in case he's got ace-king, king-queen, or 2 aces or something like that, you got a chance to double up. Or bust the guy, I mean.
Daniel looks like he intends to raise.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if Alex continued in this pot, although Daniel has really tortured him on his left. He's shown discretion thus far and just let go of his hand. Oh, but Alex has gone all in.
Wow, he went all in and got a snap call. Bad timing for Alex here.
Wow,
He's going to have to catch a 6 or hit 2 runners to make a straight, or he'll be out in 5th place.
I guess he just didn't believe that Daniel would raise a quality hand on an uncoordinated texture like that. But as you said, Mike, the raise there allows him to get more money out of the strongest hands in Alex's range, and instead, Alex put it in, drawing to just 2 outs.
Must catch a 6. Doesn't happen.
Nope, Alex going to be our 5th place finisher here today. Alex Wong, very patient throughout the course of this final table, but eventually decided to gamble a little bit. Stuck it in on a pair of 6s on King 8-5. He's our 5th place finisher and goes home with $40,301.
Yeah. Just made the wrong move at the wrong time, that's all.
And you know, every pot he entered against Daniel, Daniel just had it. And he kept blasting Alex, and eventually Alex said, well, he can't have it every time, can he? And when he really raised a good hand on something as uncoordinated as King 8-5, and as it turned out, yes, he would.
Yeah. Yeah, look at the 3-bet he raises that Daniel made against him with 8-7 suited and these kind of hands that he picked up. And now all of a sudden he flopped the top 2 pair. And he gets all of Alex's chips.
Here's our updated chip counts. Daniel Gagné with a substantial chip lead now. Jason,
I don't think Daniel's made many bobbles all day long. I think the guy's played terrific poker.
He's played very well here. In an excellent position to take down this tournament. He's got everybody at least 2-1. Got Jason 3-1.
Still a long way to go, though.
Anything can happen with blinds like these. I think they're having a little chat about a potential deal, but my guess is Daniel Gagné would not be interested in that deal unless they were going to give him too much money. So, Mike, that's something you've seen on Final Table streams recently, is that they are including the discussion of the players about making a deal. Do you think that it's good that that aspect of poker is being revealed to the public a little more, or is that something that should happen behind closed doors?
Well, I know the first number of years on the World Poker Tour, that was what Steve Lipscomb was absolutely against. Said nobody's going to make a deal. You know, you can't make deals. He just thought of like golf tournaments where you go into playoffs. If they made a deal, nobody would want to watch the playoff if they just split the money. Thought the same thing would happen to poker. I, on the other hand, am a player. Until somebody's add money to the prize pool,
yes,
in my opinion, it's the players' money. If they want to make a deal, they can make a deal. So, you know, I feel for the players in that regard. And I think it's unfair when you tell them they can't make a deal when it's all their money. But I think if the payoff structure is properly done, where every level just goes up moderately, you never need to talk about a deal.
Yeah.
You just keep playing. And honestly, I think it's pretty well that way here.
Not a huge separation between first and second. I believe it's 160 and then 112. Yes, that's right. Thirds get 73, fourth 54,000.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's still a difference, and it's, you know, I have no doubts that to a couple of these guys at the table, you know, 30 or 40,000 more is a lot of money.
Yes.
So I don't blame them for wanting to talk about a deal if the money means something to them. But I think it's just an issue in the poker world that some people are adamantly against, but, you know, casinos don't like it sometimes. And until, in my opinion, a sponsor or a tournament venue is adding money to the prize pool, which in case I think they can dictate all the terms of the tournament then. I think players should have a right to chop up their own money if it indeed is all their own money.
Interesting spot developing here. Johnny limped in the small blind. Jason raised to, I think, 800,000 or 900,000 in the big blind with tens. And then Johnny limp shoved. And Jason
here we go.
Tens. So Johnny making a play here, gets caught by the pocket tens of Jason.
Well, Jason with a great opportunity here to garner a lot of chips.
Let's see the flop.
This is what happens in these short-handed games, four-handed. You get ace high, sometimes you end up with all a 10 right in the door. Wow, there it is.
Pretty much ends the sweat immediately.
Johnny's got to catch two runners to make a straight. That's all he can win with.
And
a 7 comes off on the turn, the very worst card possible for his opponent to look at. But a queen comes on the river. So 3 tens, Flint to Saginaw, going to take it down. 30 miles.
Jason there feeling a little nervous about getting his stack in with pocket tens, but makes the right call. His tens hold up.
Well, he freaked out a bit when the 7 came off because his opponent, Johnny, had an open-end straight then. Gave him the most outs possible to win the pot.
You can see some of the nerves of Jason. He's already won the hand. He still looks like he might crack up.
One of my favorite poker stories of all time. I was playing back at the Dunes Hotel, where the Bellagio sits now, back in the old days. And I was playing in a 30-60 high-low split game. I got up to go to the restroom. And as I'm walking by a $1 to $4 limit 7-card stud table, one guy screams, "I raise." And the guy said, "I raise you back." The guy said, "I raise you again." The guy said, "I raise all in." The guy said, "Call." And the first guy says, "Ace is up." And the other guy says, "Flint to Saginaw." And the guy said, "Ace is up." And the guy says, "Flint to Saginaw," and he turned up 3 tens out of the hole and spread them out and said 30 miles. So I always knew it was 30 miles from Flint to Saginaw, even though I didn't know it before then. So, folks, if you ever get 3 tens out there, you can proudly announce that you've got Flint to Saginaw. That's what Jason just won the pot with. But it was a fun poker story.
In a way, I think sometimes that's what's lacking in modern poker is the sort of the excitement, the sort of revelry at the table, joking around with guys, needling, this and that. It has become more professional over the years, and while I can appreciate that, there was something about the poker of 10 and 20 years ago that was as much about the characters and the personalities at play as it was the math of the math and science of what's going on at the table.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. When you see characters like a Stu Unger, a Puggy Pearson, an Amarillo Slim, a Jack Strauss, all these real, true, unique characters that made a living gambling back in the old day, and you just don't see those colorful personalities today anymore. It's more business-like. And even a guy like yourself, which I admire greatly, that you don't have any other gambling vices.
No, I don't really bet very much.
Every high-stakes player I knew back in my day all bet on the sports, bet on golf, bet in the pit, bet on the racetracks. Most all of them had gamble in them and played high at everything.
The way I explain it to people outside of poker is that, for the most part, the older generation of players were gamblers first and poker players second. Their interest in poker was a result of their interest in gambling. We'll finish that story after this hand.
Yes, we got a big one going.
Yeah, Daniel.
Jason's got top pair, top kicker, but he is under bad shape here. Because Daniel's got 2 queens.
So we called with ace-8 out of the small blind pre-flop, but he turns the ace.
How good is Jason running right now? My golly.
Daniel.
What a check by Daniel here.
Knows that card is better for his opponent than himself. And just in case.
8's full of aces for Jason. Look at that turn-in river card for him.
I think if he bets small here, he's going to get paid because Daniel can always tell himself that it's possible his opponent has a 7.
That will be shot.
Daniel has called. He's going to lose to the full house of Jason. So very well played hand by Daniel. I'm not, a big fan of Jason's call pre-flop out of the small blind there, but it works out, especially once he turns that 2-pair, and the river boat makes it even easier.
Well, he is making his move right now.
As I was saying before that hand, the way I explain it to people outside of poker is that the older generation of players were generally gamblers first, and then their interest in poker was kind of a byproduct of their interest in gambling, whereas many of the younger and online generation guys are guys who really have very little interest in gambling, but are fascinated by the science of poker, the idea of working out every little minutiae and nuance of the game and doing things optimally and perfect, and it's a pretty different approach to both the game and to life.
Yeah, it's a different era now. And the problem is there's thousands of those guys out there now. All right. Johnny moving all in here.
And I'm not sure about this one here, Mike. He's only got 8-3 offsuit, and I know that he's going to have a bunch of his stack forced into play in the big blind the next hand, but I think a random hand in the big blind is better than an 8-3 offsuit.
Well, I would agree with that. But meantime, he's stuck with the 8-3 offsuit. Yeah. He did it in the dark. He didn't even look. He just bet in the dark. He moved all in.
Ah, okay.
Which explains it a lot more.
And Jason makes the call with ace-9 suited.
Well, Jason's won the last couple pots, so this should be a walk in the park for him here. And a 9 right on the flop.
Yep.
But notice Johnny has the flush draw. He's got the 3 of clubs. He needs to make the flush here to win this pot. And he does. He hits the flush on the river.
Puts his
so much do we know about the 8-3 offsuit.
Yep. So the no-look shot from Johnny works out on the river when he makes a flush on the pair of Jason. But he's still in desperate straits here with about 5 big blinds.
Small blind 150, big blind 300, and he's 50,000.
Sometimes in poker you make the wrong move at the right time, and you stay alive. That's what happened to Johnny.
Now, Mike, to sort of continue our discussion on the disparity in the approach of generation, something that I've always respected about yourself and many of my peers respect about you is that you saw the writing on the wall, I thought, much earlier than many of the old school pros who thought, these online kids, they're never going to get it. They invest their chips too recklessly. I think very early on, I remember you writing in blogs about how, look, the online generation is playing a much higher quantity of hands. They're getting a larger volume of practice. They've got all these programs to just kind of finesse the game out, and one day we are going to see them at these live final tables. And that was something I always felt was pretty clear. If you were in my generation, you're thinking, my God, we're playing so many more hands than these guys. Eventually we're going to catch up. But for a while, there was this mentality that the online generation will never get there, and now it's accepted as, of course they got there,
Yeah. I mean, in the early days, I can remember you were just happy to see a table of unknown young guys at your table. Nowadays, you can't stand it when you go, even if you don't know them, if they're all young at your table. All right, here we go. Well, again, Johnny up against it. Jason, get all his chips back here. He just lost in the last pot. He's got him dominated, ace-queen versus queen-jack. 2 diamonds on the flop. He made a flush to stay alive in the last hand. Can he do it again?
Any diamond, any jack, and Johnny will win this pot. Queen will not help.
Well, he made a flush on the river in the last hand. Can he do it twice in a row? No.
9 of clubs will not do it. Johnny Mazzaferro is our 4th place finisher. He's going home with $54,019. Pretty well played final table by Johnny, but ends at the hands of Jason. So our least experienced player at this final table, whose largest previous score was just $3,000, now the chip leader, 3-handed, with an opportunity to make a 6-figure cash here if he gets heads up.
We're now down to 3 players.
And I can remember when I first started watching poker, much of the appeal and the attraction of the game was these larger-than-life characters you saw always making the final tables. These guys that dressed up or had this wild backstory or had this sort of mysterious ambiance to them, as, say, Phil Ivey does. And I will say that the online generation does lack that in a way. They do have the precision, and they've tried to boil poker down to a science, but in a way, it's not quite the same quality of spectator sport that it used to be.
Yeah, in fairness, you know, these guys spent many years just cooped up playing online poker, so they didn't develop social skills, so to speak, to the most, public speaking skills, etc. But they just knew their game and their profession playing online poker at that time. And now they want to get out in the big-time live poker arena as well. And as you said, they don't have the personality sometimes and all, but they certainly have the game.
Yep.
But they're coming around a bit, I think. I can see the tide turning a little bit, where even the young guys realize now, on occasion, they need to do something for the sport. They need to do something for poker to help the game continue to grow, because honestly, if it doesn't continue to grow, what's going to happen? Everybody's just going to be filtering down to where it's just all the good players left, and it's going to be difficult for anybody to make a living. It's not going to happen. So, you know, they must recognize that television helps the game, that playing socially helps the game, that not criticizing your opponents at the table helps the game, that not belittling players in tournaments because they made a wrong move helps the game. And they're starting to get it now, I think. And certainly we're all hopeful that they continue to help the game grow, because obviously poker is going to be in their hands very soon.
Yeah, that's right. And kind of a interview from Joe Hashem recently sparked that conversation again. And a lot of the thoughtful young players, such as Phil Galfond, came out with blogs articulating their thoughts on the whole issue and saying that, yeah, in a way they actually agree with Joe Hashem and some of the older school players that the young generation needs to be conscious of these elements, needs to be conscious of the presentation and the vibe and ambiance they create during these televised final tables or televised cash games. That's just as important as finding the optimal play for every situation.
Well, Phil Galfond is in a league of his own, in my opinion. He is the standout young guy of all, not only because of his success on the table and online poker, but because of the way he handled himself, the way he talks to players, the way he wants to get out and meet old-time players and see how they got to where they got, and really learn the history of the game a little bit more than most young players. And you know, I can't imagine a better ambassador representative of our game than Phil Galfond, if you want to know the truth.
He's been a staple in the high-stakes cash games online for years now. I believe he has at least one World Series bracelet. I want to say it was in the 10K Parliament Omaha event, and if memory serves, but he's a guy who puts in some serious volume now at the World Series. We see him in some of the WPT events as well. Phil?
Look, I admired anybody in their young 20s that put up $1 million to play in the one drop, and he was one of them, I can tell you that. That showed me something right there.
You playing that one again this summer?
Well, I hope so. We'll see. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to play it again this year or not, but I would love to be in it. Nothing gets your heart pounding than a $1 million buy-in poker tournament, I can tell you. And I don't care how long you've been around the block. I don't care how long you've been playing poker. It is exciting. Just as the main event of the World Series of Poker, if you've never played that event, I mean, nothing can get you more excited, honestly. And you know, but as a long-time poker pro or a high-stakes poker pro, everybody dreams about playing in that one-drop tournament, and to do it is just really a thrill.
Gagné here, King 5 on the button. I got to tell you right now, I really like the chances of Daniel Gagné. He's played a very thoughtful, aggressive final table thus far. Also done a good job of minimizing his losses when one of his opponents make a hand
Here's another
against him.
case where most guys would 3-bet. Jason just does not do it against this guy. It's like he's just afraid to play a large pot against him.
John Cole ends up for the flop.
So these are the two big guns at the moment.
And it's ace 10 deuce on the flop. Previously, we've seen Jason be a little conservative, just fold weaker pairs on the flop. Daniel elects to check behind here.
That surprised me.
Yeah.
You'd think an ace would come off, he'd want to represent one.
Yeah.
It's going to be too late for him to do it now.
Jason, check.
Guessing that he's just going to check down with his king high.
Just hoping his opponent's got 9-8 or jack 9 or something like that.
Guess he'll hope for queen jack now. I'd be surprised if the river doesn't go check check. And the sixes of Jason.
2 6s are going to take down the pot. You just wonder what would have happened had Daniel bet the flop there.
Yeah.
The way Jason folds against him, I think there's a good chance he'd have jettisoned those 6s.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Daniel checked back there. It's not unreasonable to just try and get the showdown with king high there, but against an opponent who is so prone to folding pairs, I'd be tempted to bet.
As Puggy Pearson told me a long time ago, it's easy to play the red board, meaning when the hand's over, it's easy to see how you could have played it, what you'd have done. But in the heat of battle, it sure is a lot tougher to pull the trigger and play certain hands that you can sit on the couch and say, hey, he should raise here or he should bet here.
Oh, it's way easier back here. Not only do you get to see everything, but you're under zero pressure. So you don't even have all these, tangential thoughts crossing your mind, screwing up your thought process.
Well, even the most experienced and successful poker players recognize how few times you get down to the final 3 players of a big-time tournament. Those opportunities are rare. I don't care how good you are. And when you get there, you certainly don't want to make any mistakes that's going to cost you the title.
And we haven't seen a lot of big mistakes at this final table. We've seen smaller mistakes. We've seen guys playing a little too tight and conservative, but not really the big spew-off mistake. And even though I know Alex got his stack in bad on the king 8-5, I thought there was plenty of logic to making that play there. There's simply not believing that his opponent would raise his strongest holdings on such an uncoordinated board. So, especially after facing the constant aggression from Daniel, it doesn't shock me that Alex took a chance to win that pot there by shoving his 6s. So 700,000 from John with ace-jack suited. Jason calls for 4.
John has him dominated as the cards lie. And a jack comes off. This could spell trouble for Jason here, no doubt about it. Going to be hard for him to get away from this hand. I don't see it happening for the amount of chips that John has. This is going to get raised and all in, and boom, boom, there you go. Well, Jason knew he was beat as soon as the guy makes a snap call.
Yeah. So John in a great position to double up now and reduce Jason Dubois' chip lead.
Well, now a club comes up. That's more trouble for Jason. He can't win with the king of clubs now.
2 outs.
Got 2 outs, as we say, and that wasn't one of them. Board pair 7s. So John is going to double up.
Yeah, not a lot either player can do there. John only started that hand with about 17 blinds, so I don't blame Jason for just getting the stacks in on the flop there. Such a strong holding. He just happened to run into a better one.
Well, John came to this final table in the distant 6-chip position. And he has fought off to be down to the final 3 players and now doubles up here and get himself back in the hunt. So what a job he's done at this final table. And Jason started out in 5th chip position coming into this final table. And he's had the chip lead before.
Everything's been flipped. Although Daniel Gagné, I believe, came in as our chip leader.
He did
hanging
indeed.
Steady. I said before, I still really like the chances of Daniel Gagné. There you see, everyone, right there.
Well, with that pot, John goes from the short stack to the chip leader with 11.5 million in chips. And it's very rare out here in the World Poker Tour. You see the guy starting out in 6th chip position at the final table win the tournament. You would think it happens much more than it does, but it really doesn't.
It really does not.
Amazingly, there's a stat that like 85% of the time, the guys that start out in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd chip position win the tournament. Way more than you would think, just as a guess, but it just shows you how powerful chips are And having the chip lead at the final table is a huge advantage.
Especially at the final table, where there's the prize pool increases and players who have to be more hesitant to call off their stacks when they're shorter. When you've got the chip lead, you have an additional opportunity to apply pressure on people.
We've seen it at this table where Daniel's bet and Jason with the better hand has folded and got out of the way. He didn't want to clash with the chip leader, the only guy that could break him at the time.
Daniel fold. Jason fold.
John here will take a walk in the big blind. Neither opponent wants to play.
Small line 150,000, big line 300,000, ante 50,000.
They're playing 153 with a 50K ante, though not for too much longer. And the blinds are up to 200,000, 400,000. Even the chip leader will only have around 30 blinds again.
Two of these three players have jobs. Only John that you're looking at now right there claims to be a pro.
John raised to 650,000.
Raising it up here to 650 with 10-6 offsuit. Daniel not going anywhere with king 10 in the big blind.
And I don't mean to imply that poker players don't have jobs, because there's not many jobs that are tougher than being a tournament poker pro, I can tell you that. The mental toughness you have to be a tournament pro is astounding in my mind.
Financial discipline.
Because so many times you play for days, and whether you get your money in and get outdrawn or whatnot, but you win so rarely out here on tour that you just got to be mentally really strong to be able to deal with it. And that's assuming you have the bankroll for it.
Yeah, which is a big assumption. I'm a little surprised to see that John raised 10-6 there. He flopped a pair and a gut shot, and then he just checked twice and gave up.
Yep. Yeah, a little surprising, but as you got the chip lead, just didn't want to jeopardize him on a marginal hand.
Daniel does a good job of recognizing his opponent's apprehension and takes down the pot on the turn with just king high. John going to raise up a jack-6 suited here on the button.
They say standard button raise. It's going to get the job done. Tony, let me take a moment to compliment you on your performance last week in Jacksonville, doing the live stream solo by yourself.
Thank you.
The first time in history that's ever been done, where one man covers it from start to finish. That is a tough job, folks. Believe me, he handled it well last week.
That was a lot of talking to myself, and especially, you know, in Jacksonville, you know, we had a final table which luckily provided enough entertainment. I mean, that was a really interesting matchup between Caldo and
it was
Dentist.
a great final table. You're right about that.
And I can't remember the last time I saw an audience that was, you know, so edge of their seat, and was really supporting a couple of local guys that they were close to. Both those guys were floater locals, although Caldo's from South Florida.
Well, I don't think we've had a happier champion in a long time than we had last week when Doc won that tournament down in Jacksonville, and he was the local, the crowd favorite, the hero of that casino, the best bet in Jacksonville, and it was really, really a fun week. But for you to handle all the live stream duties by yourself, that was an impressive job.
Thank you. Here, Jason re-raising the ace-king out of the small blind. Made it very small, though, essentially a min re-raise. And it looks like Daniel in position. He's going to go to a flop with just the 9-7.
Daniel gambling a little bit here.
I think he also is saying something about what he thinks of Jason's play post-flop. You know, he knows that Jason is not as confident in his post-flop abilities as some of the other players, and that he tends to be a little over conservative. And I think one of the reasons he's willing to go to this flop is he believes he can outplay his opponent.
Daniel, very capable of raising here with this hand. It's just a gut shot straight.
Call with his gut shot.
He quickly calls, and I guarantee you, if you're sitting in Jason's seat right now, you're sick.
Yeah, that's right.
You think he's got a small pair here. You know you have to hit an ace or a king to probably win the pot, even though you don't.
Four will not help.
I think Jason is going to check here. Will he fire another shell? That's the question. It's hard to fire another shell when the guy calls you on that flop. Wow.
Surprising, isn't it?
This surprises me. We haven't seen this kind of aggression out of him yet at this final table.
I have to say, I like how Daniel has played this hand. I like that he peeled pre-flop for such a cheap price. I like that he floated
I thought
on
it was
this
going to be
flop.
check, and Daniel would bet and win the pot. That's what I thought was going to happen here. Does he have the moxie to raise it here?
Fold.
He does lay it down. Well, I didn't think Jason would fire a second shell there after getting called on the flop. I was wrong. He did it. I salute the guy.
Nice play there by Jason, preventing Daniel from taking that pot away from him on the turn. And we see Jason Comtois, who, as we mentioned before, his largest tournament cash preceding this final table, just $3,000. So he is going to vastly surpass that today.
This guy went to trade school as a graduate in carpentry. He's a former carpenter. Currently works for Rainbow Tobacco. Only been playing poker for a couple years. But you know he would like to play a lot more poker, and winning this tournament would provide him that opportunity.
Well, he folds a 10-8 suited on the button. That seems very conservative, but I guess he's still stacking up chips from the previous pot. John completes in the small, and Daniel will raise in the big.
Daniel raised to 800,000. John Paul.
Guys, we just want to remind you again, from April 19th to 27th in New Jersey, they will be running the Party Poker New Jersey Championship of Online Poker. 15 exciting tournaments that guarantee $600,000 in prize pools, with the main event on Sunday, April 27th at 5 p.m. Eastern. That's a $200,000 guarantee for a $200 buy-in, and the winner is getting a minimum of $50K. So somebody on Sunday the 27th is going to go home with a major online score in New Jersey.
Yeah, Party Poker, a sponsor of this event here in Canada at the Playground Poker Club. Also a sponsor of the WPT World Championship, and as you said, the New Jersey Online Poker Championships taking place in April at the same time. And I'm wondering, like you, how many guys in the main event are going to be playing with a laptop?
Tempting, isn't it? Very tempting, although the main event for the championship runs the 21st through the 26th. So the main event for the online series is the next day. So you can win the whole championship, and when it comes to the main event, just hang out and play the next day. But if you want to play the preliminary events during the championship, then you're going to need a laptop. Daniel here with the button. And Jack 10 suited to go along with it.
Yeah. Gonna raise this up.
Daniel raised 650,000.
Well, there's your King 8 again.
Well, Jason played. We saw him play Ace 8 out of the small, but no to King 8.
John Paul. Daniel wins the hand.
I don't think I play the King 8 as much as you, but it's one of my favorite hands of all time because when we were down to 10 players in the $1 million one-drop tournament, only 9 got paid. It was a $1.2 million bubble.
Yep.
And I was one of the 3 short stacks at the table, and I thought, oh, boy, this is going to take hours to get down to one player. I was mentally prepared for that. The very first hand, Sam Trickett raises under the gun, folds around to the big blind. One of the short stacks with me only had about 4 or 5 million. Sam only had 20 million in chips. And the guy moved all in. And in 1 second time, Sam Trickett shrugged his shoulders. I call, turned up a king-8 offsuit. I almost fell out of my chair because I thought he'd double this guy up. The guy turned up a queen-10. It was a guy from Russia. Ended up going out on the bubble. Sam made 2 8s.
Wow. I did not catch that hand.
It was one of the guys I was watching before that, and I so admired his play, but he'll forever be my hero now for taking that guy out on the money bubble, a $1.2 million bubble.
Here, Jason raises 7s on the button. John calls ace-9 suited in the small, and it looks like Daniel will come along from the big with jack-10. So three-way flop.
But the king-8 offsuit was Sam Trickett's hand to bust him out of that tournament in the $1 million one drop. And he didn't even think about it long. He didn't even hardly hesitate. I call.
9 of clubs, 8 of clubs, jack.
I couldn't have done it for $4 more million, but he did it.
How many blinds was it?
We were playing 150 and 3 blinds at the time.
So he shoved like 14 blinds or something. Wow. That does seem loose.
Jason check. Let's see the turn.
Checks around.
3 of
3
clubs.
clubs on the turn, so the jack-10 at Daniel still clearly the best hand.
Well, Daniel has the best hand, the best draw.
But John, who's betting 700,000 here with his ace-9.
Well, everybody checked on the flop. You think 2 9s are good. You're not going to put them on a flush draw. They'd have bet the flop. If it had jacks, you'd think they would have bet.
Man, how bad is Daniel Gagné running right now?
Look at this.
And why isn't John betting that river?
Incredible.
I don't understand. It seemed like an ideal river to bet, and there's a bunch of draws that missed, and your
The
opponent's
dream
not going to
card to
bet
bet on
for
the river.
you. I don't understand that river at all.
Yeah. Wow, puzzling play all the way around. I was surprised Daniel didn't bet the flop there.
I can't read this guy. I don't know where he is, so I can't bet that flop. I don't think either can you. That's why
Daniel Gagné suffering kind of a bad
I
swing of
agree.
cards
I mean,
here.
that was like the dream card on the river. The guy had to have a pat hand to beat you.
Yeah. And there was so many missed draws that he can represent just by betting. I think that Daniel may have talked himself into a call with second pair. The ace shouldn't connect with his opponent. Guess his opponent could have the ace-high club flush draw, but...
Well, this is going to be a 3-bet here, and it's going to look like a steam 3-bet, which could bode well for him.
It's a raise to 7 from John.
Yeah. Now Jason's got the ace-high.
Daniel raised to
Quickly goes out.
750 million.
John out as well.
And Daniel win the hand.
Well, no surprise there that the re-raise takes it down.
Small blind 150,000, big blind 200,000, and deep 50,000.
There you see the chip counts. Pretty close. The leader with 12.6 million. The third place guy, Daniel, has 8.7 million.
Anybody's tournament. Been that way for a lot of the final table. Stacks pretty evenly distributed. In action with Daniel.
Daniel raises 650,000.
650,000. Bet by Daniel. He picks up the pot.
I think before we were talking about Alex playing small ball, but right now it's going to be Daniel. I think he feels very comfortable against these two opponents, and he'll try and minimize variance as much as possible, but he only has so much time with these high blinds.
We said Daniel is a video game shop owner. Plays poker as a hobby. Also likes to fish and hunt, as do many Canadians.
I have to say I'm pretty surprised that Daniel isn't a professional. He's playing professional grade tournament poker right now. shown us some stuff that a lot of more recreational players would not handle as well. Done a great job of minimizing his losses when opponents have made the best hand against him.
Seems to know when to get away from a hand. He's picked up a lot of pots when he didn't have the best hand. Can't do much better than that.
We'll raise up the ace-10 against the limp from John here.
John wants to know the chip counts everywhere, but that should be a lesson to him, though. Don't limp into the small blind against this guy because you're going to get raised.
It's 2 in a row now for Daniel, raising the limp of John in the small.
How many times have you done that where you limp into the small blind, the guy raising the big, and you say to yourself, that's it, I'm never doing that again. I'm going to raise the pot or not play, you know. Not going to let this guy just take my money every time I limp in.
I used to do it all the time, and now I just like limp everything. So I'm like, go ahead. I have a good hand to call your raise with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to want to go to war blind versus blind. Now I just want to limp it and see flops. Took me a while, but I really came around to small ball poker, and especially in fields where you've got an edge against your opponents.
John raised $650,000.
650 from John on the button here with the queen 5. Jason with the queen 8 in the big. Looks like he'll come along.
I think Stu Unger told me a long time ago he never, ever, ever wanted to race for his money. He just wanted his graph to go up gradually, just chop little pots out, just constantly have his stack size just increase gradually. Never wanted to put it all in there on a coin flip.
It really did seem like Stu was one of the first guys to realize that people folded too much in poker, that there was not a big reason for him to play a large, high-variance spot when people were going to fold away their tournament so gradually.
Let me tell you something. It was hard for him back in the old days, the first 3 levels of the main event of the World Series, where there was no ante. But once you got to level 4, and there were 2-hour levels where it was 25 ante, 1 and 200 blind.
Yep.
At the end of that level, he had all the green chips on the table. He stole so many antes, you can't believe it.
Daniel raised to $650,000.
Daniel going to 6 here with ace-3, 650. Jason has a decision to make out of the small. He's got ace-jack. Looks like he's raised. It's going to 1.3.
We say, Daniel, get away from these kind of hands all day. When he's got the worst of it, will he do it again?
It's tricky here. It's another min 3-bet from Jason. When he sizes it that small and Daniel's in position,
because it was the min bet. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Remember, it cost Jason last time he min bet in that spot. I think it was Johnny who was still left in the tournament. Let's see if it costs Jason here.
Very well might on that texture.
Yeah. Well, this is just the kind of break that Jason needs against Daniel to possibly get a number of his chips.
$800,000.
So bet call. Both players with a diamond, but Jason's better there too.
8 of clubs.
Looks like he'll just bet again.
If you're sitting in Daniel's seat, would you think he would bet again without an ace in his hand?
Not from what I've seen so far. But it's such a small bet again.
It is.
Daniel call.
And he's just grinding him up here.
Heads up for the river.
If the board pairs, he could get a chop pot out of this. A 5 or an 8 comes up. A 4 comes up. And Jason checks.
Both players check.
Daniel checks right behind him. Like another small bet might have worked for him there, but you can understand.
Going to 2 streets and checking.
You don't want to get trapped in there for all your dough, probably, but Daniel didn't look like he was in the raising mode there. He was in the calling mode now.
Yeah. Daniel takes a pretty serious blow to his stack there. A little unlucky to flop top pair against the better top pair of Jason Comtois. He is now the clear short stack in this three-handed match.
Jason Cole. John Cox.
Daniel gonna be all in here.
Daniel raised to 800,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. He raised to 800,000. I thought he moved all in. Yet again, punishing the limp of John. But this time, John's gonna play. We don't know his holding.
Well, we know what Daniel's got, so let's see what happens. King, queen of spade for John. Oh, and an ace, 9-8. What a flop.
Ace of hearts. John check.
King queen suited is such a good hand that I'm a little surprised the money didn't get in pre-flop. But instead,
well, John's going to be able to escape from this hand, but he doesn't. Wow.
Hell?
That is a surprising call to me.
I guess he just doesn't believe Daniel has anything.
He calling, he thinks king high is the best hand here?
4 of hearts. John check.
This is a healthy bet here.
Yeah. Somewhere around $1 million, I think.
Just
2.2 million.
Excuse me, 2.2 million.
Well, John swallows hard. No card he can catch to win the pot. Whatever goes in the pot will be going to Daniel's stack.
And John fold.
Well, John has to let it go, but lucky for him, he did. Well, Daniel picks up a nice little pot.
Strange hand there, kind of underplayed pre-flop and overplayed post-flop.
Small blind 150,000, big blind 200,000, and 50,000.
I can understand making a call with the king, queen of spade if like 3 little cards come off.
Yep. Ace 9-8.
When the ace comes out where you could be drawing dead like he was, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, it wouldn't have worked that time. I think if I was going to limp a hand as strong as king, queen suited when we're only playing 15 or 20 blinds deep, I would probably just limp and jam over a raise, especially if a guy had raised me 3 hands in a row in that situation. But I think Daniel would have called, and so that time John saves money with the conservative route. This time he's opening king 9 on the button, 650. Looks like Daniel is going to 3-bet his ace 6 suited.
Daniel raised to 1.6 million.
1.6.
Well, John's starting to feel like a punching bag to this guy right now. He just continues to bet at him and raise him. Well, no time to get bullheaded there, and he threw his hand away, and
yep.
See him shaking his head in disgust a little bit there.
Daniel doing a good job of recovering from that top pair versus top pair setback he suffered against Jason. And our stacks are evening out again.
So you were saying about Stu Unger, yes, he was far and away the most aggressive player back in his day when he played poker. And I'll tell you a funny story about him once. I was standing next to him at the World Series of Poker, and I could see out of the corner of my eye a player named Al J. Ethier walking up to us. Now, Al J. was a solid player, sort of a tight player, you know. And Stewie could glance out of the side of his eye, and he said, Sexton, he said, oh, my God. He said, I had the worst nightmare of my life last night, the very worst one possible. You can't even imagine. I said, what was it about? About that time, Al J. was getting close by. He said, I dreamed I was playing a heads-up freeze-out with Al J. with no blinds and no antes. And it was the funniest thing you'd ever heard.
Did Al J hear him?
Uh-huh.
You hear him?
So, yeah, he heard it. He laughed. But it was so funny.
Here, Jason in the small blind raises his ace-queen. John, Ace-4 suited in the big blind. He calls. He has drilled this flop. It's king 4, 2 diamonds.
John will be getting his chips in here.
Jason's check.
Wow, Jason checks the ace-queen. John checks. How can John check this hand?
What is going on?
2 of spades.
John must really suspect he's being trapped, but he has flopped the whole world here. I just can't imagine why you wouldn't want more money in this pot.
It's impossible to check this, in my opinion. He's done it twice. And now he's lost the pot.
Yeah, he's lost the pot because of it. What is he doing?
Well,
Jason bet 800.
and then he mucks it. Well, at least he saved his money there. Well, that was a shock. Well, Tony, you got to answer that one for me because I can't figure that one out.
I have no answer. I think that John
I think
Paul,
you've got a raw deal segment right there.
Yeah, that's what we have right there. I think John Paul just kind of wanted to hang out and play small ball for a little while, or maybe he just wanted to take his break. But either way, these guys are going to be away from the table for about 10 minutes, so we'll come back to you with more from Playground Poker Club after this break.
The game is changing. Experience a new kind of online poker now on partypoker.net.
Tonight's winner will be the champion.
Who will be the last man standing?
Can I use my one time?
And the first man to buy drinks at the bar.
And he moves in. For the first time in 12 seasons, the WPT's championship will be coming here to the Borgata.
Tickling the foot of the poker god. Bam, Mike.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Sexton. I want to invite you to the Season 12 WPT World Championship right here at Borgata.
I think every WPT should be held at the Borgata.
Welcome to poker's most exclusive room. A seat at this table will cost you at least $100,000.
I'm all in.
Wow. But it could earn you millions.
So lucky. I'm vicious.
This is WPT Alpha 8.
If we chop this one, I won't complain.
I want that hand.
The set miner strikes again.
All right, rebuy time.
You want me to fold, right? I don't care. Whatever you want to do. Fine, I'll call.
I've actually been playing 5 times a day.
You're playing more basketball than poker.
And the crowd goes wild.
Follow all the high-stakes poker action with top-notch commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. Alpha 8 travels to some of the most amazing places in the world.
I mean, where else can you do this?
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, think fast, bro.
Hi everyone, this is Tuba on day 1C of the WPT Canadian Spring Championship, and as you can see, the field has multiplied by hundreds, and it's just been an amazing day. Quite a bit of competition on the floor, and we're gonna go ahead and check with our party poker qualifiers once again and see how their day is going and how they're enjoying themselves. So let's go. So Maximilian, how has the day been so far for you?
It's always nice to come to the playground, best poker room in the country. Nice to see all my old friends in Montreal, so it's been a good start so far.
Awesome, and what is the game plan?
Well, like any day one, I'm just gonna try to get through, make day 2 with some chips, not do anything too crazy, try not to explode. I have a pretty good table, best table like I've gotten in a while in a couple tournaments, so hopefully I can just continue to like expose them and play good, hard, aggressive poker and continue with what's been going on so far.
Well, we wish you best of luck. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you around at the final table, hopefully.
Yes, that's right. Thank you so much.
So Matt, here we are on day 1C. It's a pretty tough field and a huge field at that. So how has your day been so far?
It's actually been going pretty well. I don't feel like my table is too tough. A bit of a mix between some experienced players and not so experienced. So
that's good to hear. So how does it feel to be a party poker qualifier coming in here?
feels good. I only recently started playing on party poker.
Do you play at the Playground Poker all that often? Have you been here before?
I have been here, but only once, and I have to say it's probably one of the best, if not the best, in Canada.
Qualifier, Miss Pat over here. Well, we're very happy to have you here. So how has your experience been at the Playground Poker so far?
Well, I got to tell you, right at the beginning, it was so nerve-wracking because I'm used to playing online, and once you sit down at this table and you've got all these people looking at you, I missed my computer screen. I really did, but it took a little while, and once I got the hang of it and once I got the rhythm, and I only got yelled at twice for, making stupid moves, then it was okay, and it's actually a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed this. I probably never would have come here if I hadn't have won my way in, but I got to come back. It's been an experience. I tell you, anybody who plays online for an extended period of time has to have this kind of an experience.
How was your journey?
I bought into a 50-cent rebuy just for the heck of it. I thought, well, maybe I'll just see. Because, I've never been to Montreal, and I just kept winning and winning and winning, and then I won the qualifier, and I'm like, wow, we get to go to Montreal. 8 hours later, we're here. So.
And what do you think of the casino, the Playground Poker?
So this is the ideal place to come if you're a woman. It is. I have to say, it's amazing to come here as a woman. Well, I'm married, but if I was single.
A lot of cute guys over here, too.
But no, out of all the sites, that's my favorite. That's the one I got into, and that's the one that I've stuck with. And yeah, that's a plug for Party Poker, but it's a well-deserved one.
Well, we're glad to have you here, and I'm sure Party Poker loves it too. So thank you so much for your time.
Experience a new kind of online poker now on partypoker.net.
My DNA is what wrote my path. It made me dream, and then made me fearless enough to chase it. My DNA is what brought me here, to the point of realization. I didn't choose this, it chose me. My DNA is my destiny, my calling, and I listen.
And we are back here at the Playground Poker Club outside of Montreal for three-handed play in our Spring Canadian Poker Championships. As we were saying before, Mike, you would never guess it's spring if you looked outside. There's our updated leaderboard. Jason Comtois, currently our chip leader, just under 13 million. John Paul DeBago at 10 million even. Daniel Gagné, our short stack at 8.3. Blinds are going to be up 200,000, 400,000 with a 50K ante. Action starts with Jason. Still playing on the tighter side, folding suited queens on the button. Daniel gets a walk with king jack suited.
Small blind 200,000, big blind 400,000, and 350,000.
I think you'd be happy getting a walk at these levels.
Yeah. Although if there's one hand you want to defend with in the big blind, king jack suited is about it. A lot of ways to flop strong with that one. But it's hard to argue with free money. John with the button now. He's got ace-5 suited.
Well, Stu Unger once told me, he was talking about two aces, though.
Mm-hmm.
He said, always remember this about aces. He said, all they're good for is to win a small pot or lose a big one. And I never forgot that.
Especially
so it's
the
always
early
better to
stages.
win a small pot than lose a big one.
Well, looks like John will get no takers for his ace-5 suited. So he'll take down the blinds and antes. Not a lot of room for post-flop play right now.
John doing remarkably well here. He started this final table with just 1.3 million in chips. He now has about 12 million.
Rapid turnaround for the only remaining player on the table who makes his living through poker. Daniel, as we discussed before, owns a video game store. Jason Carpenter, right?
A former carpenter.
Former carpenter, excuse me.
Now works for Rainbow Tobacco, which I guess is some kind of tobacco company, but you know he would like to play more poker.
Oh, yeah. We've seen him fold some pretty strong hands on the button, but he just raised 5-4 offsuit there from the small blind. Unfortunately for him, John didn't have anything to play along with in the big blind, so he takes down those blinds and antes. But I got to tell you, I'd much rather raise in position with a stronger hand than 5-4 offsuit.
Jason well aware that winning this tournament would give him a bankroll where he could play some bigger events out on tour if that's what he wanted to do and give it a shot.
Folds 9-7 here. John with junk in the small blind. I'm guessing Daniel will get another walk. Yes, he does. Yes, seems to have something
He says,
playable
how do they
every
know?
time.
Every time I got a hand, they're running out. But John remembers he lipped in a couple times, both times. Daniel raised him, he had to give up the pot.
I believe it was 3 in a row that Daniel raised his limp. So now John has kind of resigned himself to playing raise fold out of the small blind. John, at this point, Just hanging out. We saw him play a very peculiar hand with the ace-4 of diamonds before the break. He flopped king-10 of diamonds, 4 of spades, and he never once bet at it. And it allowed Jason with the ace-queen to suck out by hitting a queen on the river. So not only do you want to get more money in the pot when you have the potential to hit a huge hand, but you also want to prevent your opponents from just sucking out on you for free.
Well, this is John's first ever WPT event. Here he is in position to possibly win it. And with whatever money he's won, he says, I want to play more WPT events.
Excellent.
Why wouldn't you? It looks easy. You play the first one and win it, huh?
Yeah. That'll definitely distort your view of how easy it is to final table fields of this size.
Yep.
1,000 people is a lot to go through.
Give me your own tour of reality. It'll set in.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
John raised to 850,000.
Going up to 850 here with his ace deuce.
And Jason call.
Jason coming along with king-9 of clubs.
Heads up for the flop.
And it's a 10-8-6 rainbow flop. Now, this actually isn't a bad flop for Jason's hand, but I still feel like it's the texture he'll check fold. There you have it. Jason quickly folds. He gave up a gut shot, overcard, backdoor
Wow.
straight draw off, backdoor flush draw.
Most guys would call that hand or raise with it. They wouldn't fold it. That'd be their last option, I think, for a lot of players.
I think that's actually kind of a cool spot to raise because you would be raising with your good hands on 10-8-6 if you had 2 pair, if you even had a strong 10, if you had a straight, you'd probably just go ahead and raise it. But in the event that he check raises and he gets called by John, there's a lot of turn cards that really improve the strength of his hand. Of course, the 7 makes a straight, the king gives him top pair, you know, a club, a jack or a queen give him additional outs. I think it's kind of one of those spots where someone a little more aggressive may have taken a different line.
So you think he should have called?
I actually think it's a good spot to raise.
Yeah,
You know, he's
I
only
think
got
so,
king
too.
high, but I think it forces his opponent to fold plenty of hands that are better, and there are so many turns where if he's willing to follow through with a bet, he's going to be able to because that turn improves his equity. I mean, I think calling is a perfectly fine play there too. Sometimes you can call and you can check fold on the turn if your opponent bets really strong, or you can just bet on the river if he checks behind and doesn't seem that invested. But I don't think I would fold that one.
Well, we've seen Jason make conservative plays post-flop. But hard to knock him. He's got a good chip stack with 3 players left.
He was one of the shorties entering this final table.
Well, both Jason and John came in 5th and 6th chip position. Here they are in the final 3, along with the guy that came to the final table as the chip leader, Daniel Gagné.
You know, it's one thing to see a short stack get heads up in the tournament or win the tournament, but how often do you see 5th and 6th get heads up? That's
Very rare.
almost never.
Yeah. Not sure it's ever happened.
A lot of things have to fall right.
Might have happened once somewhere, but I can't recall it. And then you see Jason and John, a virtual tie for the chip lead. Daniel not that far behind.
John here, king 4 on the button. Going to 850.
John raised to 850,000. Daniel fold and Jason call.
Jason gonna play out of the big blind with ace 3. So another pot between these two.
He's gonna check whatever comes up.
I like that John is falling through with a small bet here, and yet again, Jason folds the best hand.
He's done that numerous times at this final table. I mean, you know, in case he loses this tournament, he's going to look back at this tape and say, you know, I should have played that hand. I should have 3-bet him. I should have raised. I should have been more aggressive after the flop.
Yep.
And in truth, he should have been.
John drags that pot with his king high. Doesn't face much opposition out of Jason. Daniel waiting for his opportunity.
How many times in tournaments when players go broke, as they're walking out, they said, geez, I should have moved in 3 hands ago on that other hand. I should have called him a minute ago on that.
Plenty.
On that other hand. Happens all the time.
Especially when you can find out what the other guy had after the fact. Raised to 850 from Daniel. John with a pair of 9s in the big blind. Daniel only started this hand with 20 blinds. I was going to say, it's $2 million from John. He did that pretty quick, too. If I were Daniel.
Well, I've seen Daniel get away from his hands.
Yeah.
Where he's been the dog. Here, it turns out it's a race situation, but.
Looks like he's going to call here. I think King 10's a little too weak to be calling on these stack sizes. I understand it's not a huge 3-bet, but he only started this pot with about 20 blinds, and he doesn't have a lot of room to miss the flop. He's already invested a quarter of his chips in this pot.
Oh, a 9 right on the flop. 3 9s for John.
I like that check by him. Both players check. Daniel needs a jack.
I'm not sure I like it. Oh, Daniel catches a jack. Look at this. Daniel has made the best hand possible, the king high straight. All the money is going to go in here, Tony.
Daniel raised to 4 million.
And Daniel is min-raised instead of shove, which I think is a...
Well, all in and called. And Daniel with the best hand possible. Great shot to double up here and take a big chip lead in this poker tournament.
Needs to fade a 9, queen, 3,
well, the board has to pair for John to win this pot. Nothing else will do for him, and now he's saying, why didn't I bet the flop? He might not have called me with a gut shot draw. He needs to pair the board to win the pot, and he does it!
Oh, it's a 3! Daniel Gagné is out of this tournament.
Well, Daniel Gagné played terrific poker at this final table. He just got burnt in a spot where Houdini couldn't get away from it.
Yeah, nothing he can do there. He got it in with the very best hand.
You can't do better than that. He got it in with the best hand possible. He got outdrawn on the river. John made a full house to take it down. So while we criticize that check, he might not have had all those chips without it.
Yep. And so it is the guys who came in 5th and 6th at this final table who go in to heads-up play.
Folks, I seriously doubt that's happened once in the history of the World Poker Tour. If it has happened, it may have happened only once. These guys have done it here tonight. Came to the final table in 5th and 6th place, and now they're playing heads-up for all the dough.
Well, I think these guys are going to be on a little break.
Changing. Experience a new kind of online poker now on partypoker.net.
Tonight's winner will be the champion, who will be the last man standing.
Can I use my one time?
And the first man to buy drinks at the bar.
And he moves in. For the first time in 12 seasons, the WPT's championship will be coming here to the Borgata.
Tickling the foot of the poker god. Bam, Mike.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Sexton. I want to invite you to the Season 12 WPT World Championship right here at Borgata.
I think every WPT should be held at the Borgata.
Welcome to poker's most exclusive room. A seat at this table will cost you at least $100,000.
I'm all in.
Wow. But it could earn you millions.
So lucky. I'm vicious.
This is WPT Alpha 8.
If we chop this one, I won't complain.
I want that hand. The set miner strikes again.
All right, rebuy time.
You want me to fold, right? I don't care. Whatever you want to do. Fine, I'll call.
I've actually been playing 5 times a day.
You're playing more basketball than poker.
And the crowd goes wild.
Follow all the high-stakes poker action with top-notch commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. Alpha 8 travels to some of the most amazing places in the world.
I mean, where else can you do this?
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, think fast, bro.
My DNA is what wrote my path. It made me dream, and then made me fearless enough to chase it. My DNA is what brought me here, to the point of realization. I didn't choose this, it chose me. My DNA is my destiny, my calling, and I listen.
Tonight's winner will be the champion. Who will be the last man standing?
Can I use my one time?
And the first man to buy drinks at the bar.
And he moves in. For the first time in 12 seasons, the WPT's championship will be coming here to the Borgata.
Tickling the foot of the poker god.
Damn, Mike.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Sexton. I want to invite you to the Season 12 WPT World Championship right here at Borgata.
I think every WPT should be held at the Gagné.
changing. Experience a new kind of online poker now on partypoker.net.
That's right, Mike. As you were saying, for the first time in WPT history, the two guys who are heads up came into this final table 6th and 5th in chips.
It's just a rarity. You don't see much in any big-time poker tournaments, that's for sure. But these guys have done it. You see the belt, the trophy they're playing for. But more importantly for these guys, the W and a nice bankroll.
So John enters this heads-up match with about a 2-to-1 chip lead. He's going to raise up 6 deuce to start things off. You know, I don't fold too many hands in heads-up play, but I'd probably just let go of 6 deuce. And Jason, in the first hand, is going to 3-bet. He's making it 2.2.
Well, ace high, very strong hand in heads-up play. He knows it. And John says, maybe I should have mucked this hand.
Well, he will now. Lets that one go. Jason drags the pot. First hand of heads up goes to Jason Comtois.
You know, giving an opponent a walk and heads up is not the worst thing to do.
Not the worst thing to do, no. You're going to get another hand pretty quick. Well, I'm not sure what to expect from this heads-up match. These two have been pretty, you know, passive, conservative through the final table, and it's really worked out for them. As guys dropped off around them, they just continued to accumulate chips. But if the first hand is any indication, Jason's willing to open it up and gamble a little more than he was previously at this final table.
Not only were they the two low stacks, Tony, they're the two youngest players at this table. And once again, youth prevails out here on the World Poker Tour. The two youngest guys at the table fighting it out for the title.
Here, Jason going to raise Queen 8 to 9 1/4 on the button. John going to come along with King Deuce in the big.
Now, these are the kind of hands that are touch and go, playing heads up. You raise with a King Deuce. Oh, nice flop for Jason. Top pair.
I got to tell you, Mike, if John bets here, I really don't like this play. It's a very uncoordinated texture, and it's implausible that you would call a raise pre-flop and then lead out here with anything that's good. And although it might even work on a player like Jason, who is prone to folding a bit too much, this time he happens to have top pair with a good kicker. And as you can see, he's already raised the small lead from John.
Well, Jason's scratching his head. He raised it a minute ago with a 6 deuce. That didn't work as he got raised out of the pot. Here he's going to get raised out again. At least I would hope so for his sake. Wow. In a sense, he was thinking about making a move there, but I don't believe that would have worked.
Small line, 200,000. Big line, 400,000.
So Jason takes the first 2 pots of heads-up play. Quickly narrowing the disparity that separates their 2 stacks.
You have to love guys that win tournaments, honestly, like this, that went to trade school, was a carpenter for a few years, now has another job, but to make this kind of money is just massive.
Yeah.
In somebody like his life.
You know, on the sentimental level, I do hope that Jason wins, because for a guy to go from his largest tournament score being 3,000 to winning an event with over $1 million in the prize pool and getting 160 up top, it's just a great story, and it's so exciting for somebody like him.
To say nothing of the confidence they'll give him moving forward.
Here, John is elected to just call with Jack-10. I gotta say, if I have a choice between just calling 6 deuce and raising Jack-10, I probably switch up the approach that John has taken here. But Jack-10's a pretty good hand to limp too, and gets an okay flop of ace 8-7. But it does give Jason a pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Jason bet 825,000.
I don't know what someone said to Jason during the break, but he has amped up the aggression here. And I gotta say, I'm surprised to see John quickly fold there. You know, he did flop the gut shot. A jack or a 10 could be good. He even had a backdoor flush draw, which we know wasn't to the best heart, but.
And if you call there, there's a good chance your opponent's going to check on the next street to you, whatever comes off.
Yeah.
He's fearful that you've got at worst 2 8s, if not an ace in your hand. So
Yeah, a little surprised to see the quick fold there. Time, Jason with the button. Got a queen 5.
do you raise with this hand on the button?
I might. I probably like it more than limping just because it doesn't flop that well, so I'm happier to just see my opponent fold post-flop than to try to go to a flop with him and take it down after.
All in, John says.
Whoa.
Well, it's going to win every time except when you're getting trapped.
That's about a 30 big blind shove he just made there. That's a little
I like to play with 2 deuces.
Yeah, it's...
I just hate to make a min raise. A guy calls you. You feel like you have to bet whatever comes out there, and then he calls you. And now you know you burned up all your chips.
It's going to work very frequently so long as you don't get a sense that Jason's going to limp big hands. And thus far, I don't think there's any reason John should believe that. So I like the deuces shove there as well.
Plus, John just wanted to get on the board and win a pot in this heads-up battle. That's the other factor. Here you go. These very marginal what-to-do hands. Queen 6 on the button this time.
Jason with a king 10 in the big. He could check. He could raise. Both options are pretty reasonable.
It figures to be the best hand here when your opponent limps in. Unless the guy's trapping you, this is going to be the best hand.
He's going to 1.2 million. Jason always looks so stressed out in the middle of the hand.
Well, John's going to lay it down.
Nothing more to stress about.
Unless the guy is specifically trapping you with a big hand when he limps in, you're going to win 95% of those other pots by raising there.
You see, Jason has narrowed that disparity, 18 to 13 now. We started at about 21 to 10.
John came to this final table in last chip position, a distant last too. He had 1.3 million. Jason started with 4.7 million, so pretty substantial difference between 6th and 5th in chip count.
Jason folds.
But he's worked his way into the chip lead. Can he cross the finish line? That's the question.
As we said before, the disparity between first and second. It's 160,000 for first, 112,000 for second. So these guys are playing about a $50,000 heads-up match right here. A lot on the line for two guys who don't have a wealth of tournament scores under their belt.
But in reality, a W can be worth so much more than that to these guys. Gives them confidence they can win. If they ever get short on money, they might get staked because they won a WPT title. There's a lot of factors out there.
John calls.
John limps the 3 deuce here. Doing a lot of limping in this heads-up match.
Jason checks. Heads up. Flop is king of
Doesn't
clubs,
find
10
much
of
on the
clubs,
king-10
king of
flop, but
spade.
neither does Jason.
No help to either player, so
Jason checks.
whoever gets the most aggressive is going to win this pot. And John looks like that man.
450,000. Jason's fold.
So aggressive bet by John takes down the pot.
Players trading jabs for the time being.
Just so many times when both players miss a flop playing heads up, the aggressive bettor takes down the pot. That's why being aggressive is so important when you're playing poker, especially heads-up poker. Hard to hit the flop. You only do it 30% of the time.
Yep. Jason now with the button. He's got queen 5. John's got junk in the big blind, so if Jason elects to raise here, he'll take it down.
I don't think we've seen any real premium hands in this heads-up battle yet.
Saw the ace-9 suited first hand, and that was it. We saw a pair of deuces get shoved for 30 blinds. And whoa, I think John just re-raised.
John raises to 2 million.
Wow.
You know, Mike, I like the idea, but not the execution here. It's just your opponent's going to raise most hands heads up. He has the button. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities to 3-bet him from the big blind. So I would say at least pick a hand where in the event your opponent flat calls you, you have something that can flop strong enough to continue. 9-3 offsuit is so bad and so uncoordinated that you just need to pray your opponent folds post-flop.
Well, I'd say I agree with you, Tony, but it worked for him.
It did work for him. Takes down that pot over the queen 5 offsuit.
Maybe he's got a read on the guy and a tell on him that his hand's not too strong when he raises. So just move in and take it down. Again, neither player picking up a hand at all.
Just junk here.
All junk. That makes this fun to watch, though, because you really know that the guy that wins it is going to earn it.
Yep.
Because hasn't been any hands over hand. Hasn't even been a hand out to either player yet.
And I think both these guys are focused more on the flow and the history of the match more than the absolute strength of their hand. We just saw him 3-bet 9-3, but fold 8-4 on the button, and they're essentially equivalent hands. So it seems inconsistent that one is good for a 3-bet and the other should just be folded pre-flop. But I just think that after making that 3-bet, perhaps John sensed, oh, if I raise this time around, it looks less credible.
One thing you got to love about these guys is the speed of play.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need a shot clock for them. It's fun to watch.
And for two guys who are playing for way more money than they're used to, they're doing a great job of acting rapidly.
Jason calls.
Again, 2 junk hands.
John checks. Heads up.
This is going to be known as the junk heads-up battle.
9 of heart, 10 of heart, jack of heart.
John here essentially flopped a straight flush draw.
Well, John's got the 8 of hearts. That's a key card here.
2 bets, 650,000.
Jason bets 650,000.
5 raises to 2 million.
John raises.
He
to
check
2
raised
million.
with the open-end straight flush draw.
Now this one I like. This I like very much.
Because he's got outs.
He can't, he can't win at showdown if he just calls down. And a heart might not be good. But he could hit the straight, he could hit the heart, he could hit the straight flush. And raising this hand makes a lot of sense to me. So while I criticized the previous re-raise by John, I got to tell him I really like that one. Well played there.
Good battle going between these two.
Mm-hmm. More aggressive than I thought it would be going into this heads-up match. Both these guys have been very risk-averse during the course of the final table. I'm glad to see they've opened it up.
And they've opened it up without catching a hand, either one of them. The last hand that was made was by Daniel Gagné. He had the nuts on the turn when all the money went in, and he's over at the bar right now.
$900 from John here, the ace-9 suited. Jason, looks like he's just going to release 5-4.
It's about the best hand either player's picked up, the ace-9 suited.
That's right.
So it seemed like a fair fight. They're both catching junk.
Yeah, that's right so far. Nobody with better hands than the other.
And John's built his stack back up to a 2-1 chip lead again.
Doesn't take much heads up.
No, but all it takes is one double up by Jason, and he'll have a 2-1 chip lead over his opponent. That's how quickly things turn in heads-up play.
And it's $1 million even from Jason.
Jason raises to 1 million.
Yep. Just don't see John giving up an ace here. It's a matter of how you play it.
Yep. We call or raise. He's all in.
Wow. Well, he has put the test to Jason right now.
That's one way to do it. It's actually a pretty good play, really. They're only 25 blinds deep. I feel like Jason is going to fold a little tighter than he should. Kind of like this play from John, but it might not work this time.
Well, this is a very marginal play. I mean, what to do? It's really a tough decision, I think, for Jason. We can see he's got the best hand, but if you're sitting at that table and the guy moves in on you, it doesn't look like you have much. You know, wow, he made the call.
Whoa!
And he's got him dominated. What a call that is by Jason.
Excellent call.
Win or lose this pot. That took a lot of moxie to put your tournament life on the line there and call the all-in bet with the ace-8 offsuit. He did it. Let's see if it works out for him.
Got to tell you, Mike, watching this final table, I thought he would fold.
4 of diamond, 2 of hearts.
Well, John's got a straight draw now, as you can see.
Let's see the turn.
He's a 3 to take the lead, a 5 for the W.
2 of diamonds.
Increases the likelihood this is a chop pot.
Well, they would split the pot. If a deuce, a 4 or 9 comes up, the board pairs.
7 of clubs.
No, not a 7. Not on the 7. So the ace-8 will double up.
Well, John is laughing because any card that pairs the board or is higher than a 10, it would be a chop pot.
He had an awful lot of outs there. But instead, a 7 is just low enough to award that pot to Jason.
He can only lose that pot with a 6, 7, or an 8. That's the only 3 cards he could lose the pot with. Everything else, you're going to get a win or a tie.
Those are always frustrating moments. Got the entire deck to either win or tie,
and you see the tournament director taking all your chips and moving them across the table.
well, it's pretty much what the chip counts were a moment ago, but flipped. Now it's Jason with the 2-1 lead, and John trying to come from behind.
Well, I think you got to give Jason credit. I mean, I'm not sure I could have pulled the trigger for all my money there with the ace-8 offsuit when the guy moved in on me. Very tough to do. You could be dominated pretty easy.
And Jason is now
He could have had the ace-10 or ace-jack real easy there.
Yeah. Hell of a call by Jason there with the ace-8. I really thought from watching this final table he'd let that one go, and he got it together and decided, you know what?
Yeah.
John's just trying to put a move on me. He's trying to put me to a decision for all my chips, and if he really had a strong hand, I think he'd make a small re-raise.
Yeah, we thought Jason should play some more hands than he did post-flop. Well, he played that one, and he played it right, that's for sure. He's doubled up and has a 2-1 chip lead. You see the disgruntled look on John's face right there. And more junk to both of them.
John calls.
Well, Jason just happy to get a free flop here.
Jason checks.
Both players with junk again.
And you feel like you're on a free roll. When the guy doesn't raise you, you look down at a 6-3 offsuit. And then you hit a 6.
6 of hearts, queen of hearts, 10 of spades.
John with the flush draw here.
Jason checks. John bets 500. Jason folds.
Well, again, Jason folds bottom pair.
Now this time I like it. You know, that's a texture where it's going to be very hard to continue.
But don't you think your opponent would raise if he had a queen in his hand for the
Potentially,
flop?
but it's also, you know, if he's got
I agree.
hearts, if he's got a straight draw, if he's got 10, it's going to be very hard to win that pot.
Well, I like it because now he's got a 2-1 chip lead. Why jeopardize it on a marginal hand like that? Just maintain a big chip lead, move on to the next hand.
And we see the Royal Flush girls having a good time on the rail. Jason with his trademark ace-8 again.
And that's the hand he just doubled up on, so I don't see him throwing it away. And John is just going to be so frustrated, the hands he's caught. Just
Jason
nothing.
raises to 950,000.
950 with the ace-8. Looks like John wants to go to a flop.
John calls.
I don't know if I'm calling the raise with the 9-6 offsuit there.
You're out of position. Just looks like a mess to get into.
Yeah, it seems like a frustration call.
4 of clubs, 10 of clubs, queen of
Neither
hearts.
player connects on queen 10-4, 2
John
clubs.
checks.
Let's see if Jason follows up on another bet or just gives it up and starts
Jason checks.
checking it down. Yep,
Taking
taking the conservative route. Just hoping to check down the ace high.
He's got straight outs to the king or the 9 now. John also with an open-ended straight draw.
Jason calls.
Jason will call.
John doesn't like that. He knows he's probably got to bluff at it to win it. Nothing comes off here, but do you want to jeopardize your chips when a guy called you on the turn? That's a big and nothing hand that's going to happen. He's waving the flag.
Jason checks.
Jason is going to be thrilled to win this pot with ace high.
Yeah. I like that check by John there. You know, the hearts missed, the clubs missed, 9 missed. If your opponent has a pair, he's going to find ways to call you on river. So I know it
100% it looks like you're going to get paid off. The guy called you on the turn, he's going to call you on the river when the deuce comes off. That's what it looks like. I agree with you there, Tony. So even though we see he's waving the flag when he checks, and it's going to be a tough call for his opponent, you can't blame the guy for checking there when he got called on the turn.
This heads-up match spiraling out of control for John Paul DeBago. Meanwhile, Jason keeps stacking.
Well, again, another junk hand for John. He has just really made no hands at all in this heads-up battle. But he's trying.
John raises to 800,000.
And again, Jason with the weak ace. What to do?
Jason calls.
He's going to make the call. Doesn't raise with the ace high. Wants to see a flop. I think he's just taking a conservative route all the way around. And an ace comes right on the flop.
9 of diamond. Jason checks.
John, gonna bet 800 here.
John bets 800,000.
Well, this is going to get called for sure.
And it's a raise to 2 million from Jason.
Jason raises to 2 million.
Forget the call. All right, John, the gig is up. It's a long thought, but the cards are going to go to the muck. I'd like to make a big bet on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet, but all right, John lets it go. And again, I thought for sure Alex would fold his 6s on King 8-5, and he jammed the whole thing in there.
You can just see the pep in the step of Jason right now. He is confident. Things are going his way. He's got a big chip lead. You just sense he can see the finish line with his name.
A Quebecer, so in
on
many
that
ways,
trophy.
kind of the hometown favorite here.
Yeah, he's from Montreal here. John is from Mississauga, Ontario. It's like Mississippi with an agua on the end of it.
Jason folds.
Quick victory there for John with the Jack-9.
One of his better hands, I might add. But in fairness, Jason hadn't caught any cards either. They got the big double up with the ace-8 against the ace-3, but other than that, he hadn't held any hands either. You know, many times you see guys just deal with it so long, and then their patience seems to run out, and they finally get all their money in on some Garfunkel hand. And let's see if these guys' patience maintains themselves. Neither one of them picking up any hands. Will they continue to maintain their patience and wait for hands?
Seems like John's a little shorter on patience right now, and it's hard to keep your composure when you enter heads up a big lead and watch it just disintegrate. Let's see it in his body language.
Well, you can see it, but he's got to perk up a little. One double up, he'll have a big chip lead.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you should ever get depressed playing heads up if you can win one pot and take the lead.
John here with junk on the button. He's got the Doyle Brunson. Lets that one go.
John folds.
Jason drags that pot. Guys, trade walks.
As you called it, Tony, the body language saying it all for John right now. You can just sense the frustration he's going through at the moment. Just not picking up a hand, nothing going right for him. Had the big chip lead and now has the big chip deficit.
Yeah. It's hard to forget that he was a big favorite to chop that pot. Jason here with an ace-king.
Finally, we see our first big hand, this heads-up battle.
John's got a hand that he could play to a min-raise. Suited queen in the big blind. It's 9 1/4.
Jason raises to 925,000.
John has made it 2.6 million. That's a third of his chips.
Unbelievable. Well, surely Jason's going to move all in here.
Yeah.
What else can he do?
There goes another third of John's chips. Yeah. Jason is all in.
Jason raises all in.
John, did he say call?
John calls.
He called.
Wow.
What just happened, Mike?
Well, just what we were talking about, Tony.
Yeah.
Seems like the frustration got to him, and he just got his chips in there with the worst hand, but...
Like you said, we were wondering if he would reach that breaking point, and there it is.
Well, even with it, he's only not quite a 2-to-1 underdog. And he hits a 4 right on the flop.
But the king of Jason puts him in great shape.
But Jason hits the king. It's top pair versus middle pair.
7 of hearts.
No help with the 7. He needs a queen
John
or a
must
4.
catch a queen or a 4. That is all.
Let's see the river.
That is it, Mike. This tournament is over. Jason Dubois is our champion. He's going to take home $160,000, and his previous biggest tournament score was $3,000. What a story. John Paul DeBago can be real proud of his efforts. He's going to take home $112,000. But like you said, it reached that moment of frustration. And we got to thank everybody, and Party Poker especially, for helping us put on a great event. And we want to tell everyone to make sure to attend the Seminole Hard Rock $5 million guarantee. That's going to be April 10th through 16th. And then, of course, the WPT Championship from the 21st to the 26th at the Borgata. And Mike, I want to thank you for joining me in the booth today, so I didn't have to do it alone.
Tony, my pleasure. Really has been fun. Congratulations to Jason. You know John's going to feel bad a little bit about the way he played, but all in all, he's going to feel great about his performance here this week. Second place, nothing to sneer at.
No, not at all. And it's always good to see a hometown hero win and someone who's not a professional player. Give a little hope to all those other guys out there who are grinding or taking these shots in these tournaments. So if you're watching tonight, you know that anything's possible and that it doesn't take that much to really just run up a stack, take down one of these tournaments. It could be you.
Well, the moment of Jason's poker life, taking down a WPT title. Got to be thrilled with that. Got to be happy for the guy. Guy's a carpenter, went through trade school, works another job now, finally picked off a big poker tournament. Just what he was dreaming about.
Now, Mike, I think we'll have a few words with our champion, and that'll be about it for the evening. So thank you again for joining me in the booth, and thank you to everyone out there watching. This has been the WPT live stream. Best of luck out there in your events. Have a good night.
Second place, final table, WPT Spring Championship from Mississauga, Ontario, Canada.